to give her talk.
Hi, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Very nice, thanks. And
Okay.
thank you also for the invitation to this nice conference. I will now start sharing my screen. I hope you will be able to see it. Let's see. Share. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Let's put it in play mode. Okay, now you should be still able to see it, and it should be in full screen mode.
Right, right.
Okay, fantastic. So yes, as I said before, thank you very much for the invitation. I am here to talk about recent result obtained in my group. The title of the talk is Emergent Spatial Entanglement in many body quantum systems. And the people who have been participating to this research are two of my postdocs, Matteo Rossi and Guillermo Garcia Perez, and a PhD student, which just yesterday became a doctor, actually, Boris Sokolov. And we were in collaboration with Elsie Marie Borrelli for one part of the results. I will not go into detail in this part, as the part on the network tomography. So I would say that broadly speaking, the context of my talk has to do with the gap between microscopic and macroscopic description of many particle quantum systems. And we know that since the very early days of quantum mechanics, this has been recognized as one of the leading problems related to the quantum measurement problem, but generally encompassing several aspects which are still unsolved. And nowadays, we have both from experimental and from numerical perspective, the ability of manipulating and measuring single atoms, for example, in lattices, but also of controlling them as part of many body quantum systems with very high precision. At the same time, numerical approaches like tensor networks methods have been made it possible to simulate on classical computers many body quantum systems very efficiently. And because of these both experimental and theoretical developments, we now have at hand something that I could describe as a very big experimental and numerical set of data containing information on the many body quantum states. So, and this ability of even performing numerics on bigger and bigger many body quantum systems gives us with a tremendous amount of information. And the question that we are addressing here is, how do we extract relevant information from this data? And in particular, what I want to focus on is the emergence of what I will call collective structures, behaviors, and phenomena in systems formed of a large number of interacting, possibly quantum systems. We know that the issue of emergence is at the center of quantum chemistry, quantum materials, quantum biology, quantum thermodynamics, but also quantum gravity. So emergence in many body quantum systems is a concept that is in a way still rather unexplored, but for which we need new tools. And what we are proposing to do is to borrow some of the tools that have been developed in complex network theory, so in the classical theory of complex networks. And complex network theory provides for classical systems, of course, theoretical frameworks to analyze emergent phenomena and also to introduce models which describe their origins. So, but how about the quantum case? How can we borrow such tools? Is it even possible to do so? What we are going to introduce here is a toolbox that we have named Measurable Quantum Network Representations of Many Body Quantum States, MQNR in short. And what are MQNR? They are based on what we call pairwise tomography networks. So as I will see, they are networks based on tomography, but basically they are network based of tomography of the two-body reduced state of a many-body system. So we all know that if we have a density operator describing, for example, an n-spin system, more in general, an n many-body systems, but let's focus on n qubits here, the state tomography is very costly. For reconstructing the full state, we really need a number of measurements that is exponential in n. if we ask less, and if we say, well, okay, let's abandon the idea of reconstructing tomographically the full state, but let's just focus on all the two-spin reduced density operators. I call them here rho ij, okay? In this case, I can perform tomography of what we call pairwise tomography, and in principle, this is still costly. It is still quadratic in n because I have to reconstruct all the pairs of spins, so the state for all the pair of spins, and because there are n of the order of n by n minus 1 divided by 2 pairs of spins, this is still quadratic in n, in a very most straightforward and naive way, if you want. But then we have developed recently, and here is the reference for this, tomography network, which really exploits a way of performing pairwise measurements, which is parallel and combines the possible measurements that you can obtain in order to provide an efficient way of reconstructing the pairwise tomography state. And this proves an exponential. I will not talk about it because it would lead me far away from what I want to say. I refer to this paper, this very recent paper, for the detail of the method. But what is important and what I want to stress is that it proves an exponential improvement with respect to the standard, the naive way of the that I mentioned here before. So it is only requires a number of measurement settings, which is logarithmic in n. So it is not quadratic in n, but on logarithmic. So this means basically that it's an efficient method to reconstruct the pairwise states of all the two-spin reduced density operators. Now, this is the basic that we use to introduce MQ&R. So MQ&R are quantum network representation that are built from the pairwise tomography networks. So, of course, because we have the states of all the reduced states of all the pairs of spins in the spin chains or of qubits in the many qubit systems, we can build from these reduced states entanglement, mutual information, discord, and so on and so forth. So we would have, and we can represent them as networks indeed. So I want to clarify what I mean, and I will consider with a specific example of 9 qubits. So here the qubits are numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? And you see each dot in the graph, so each node is a qubit, and the link between the nodes is actually the value of the entanglement between the qubits in this first layer, in the concurrence layer, which of course we obtain, we have, because we have the pairwise tomography network, of course. So we have the pairwise tomography step, so the pairwise state for all the pairs. And I can do the same, for example, for entropy, for purity, for discord, for classical correlation. And of course, in this plot, you see the networks. So the links, of course, they are, the thickness is proportional to the value of concurrence. Here is between 0 and 1, to the value of concurrence itself. And therefore, these are not simple networks, but so-called weighted networks. And they give me an overall information about the concurrence among, or about, I don't know, the discord among all the pairs of qubits or of states. And because I have several quantities I can display, this is what in classical network theory is called a multiplex. And the reason why these are studied classically is because there are tools, statistical tools, for example, to calculate correlations between the different layers. So you can calculate whether the presence of concurrence among certain pairs correlates with the presence of discord, for example. In this case, well, okay, I will not go in detail, but the wall multiplex brings with it a number of measures or toolbox for calculating also correlations between the different layers. Now, it is important to notice a certain point. The first point, of course, is that MQ&R do not give the full information about the state because, as I mentioned before, they're just obtained by the two-body reduced states. But they do tell more than the individual pairwise correlations because we do have the full graph. So we just don't have we don't have just a list, but we have all of them in a graph. And of course, correlations between different layers, which is what I was just mentioning before, may also tell us something about the presence of higher order entanglement in the many-body systems. I will also mention briefly that this idea can be generalized also to, for example, 3-body or 4-body operators, only that we cannot talk, strictly speaking, about graphs, but we have to introduce the concept of hypergraphs, or also what in classical complex network theory are known as simplicial complexes. So there exists different, other ways of representing, if we want, generalizing the correlations between 3-body or 4-body reduced density states. Now, the idea of using, for example, correlations between pairs in forming a graph or correlation between pairs to characterize the state, or not fully, but to have information, gain information about the state of a many-body quantum system is not new. And here I refer, for example, to 2 papers by Lincoln Carr and this group, in which they use networks of mutual information. So they build for, in this case, I think it's the Ising model and Bose-Hubbard model at the ground state. They consider the ground state of the Ising model and Bose-Hubbard model, and obviously they consider differences between the different phases across the quantum phase transition. But in any case, for the ground state, they consider networks of mutual information. And they also show that these quantities are sensitive to the quantum phase transition, so they behave critically. And on the other hand, in the let's say from a different perspective, also quite recently in the group of Sean Carroll, there has been proven that a similar type of networks, again, networks of mutual information, they're really defined in a similar way as in this other paper, as in the way that we are describing here. You can also describe emergent space and recover, as the title says, geometry from bulk entanglement. So they start to be used, but not yet very extensively. Now, so if I talk with people who are familiar with many-body quantum systems, the first, and I talk in terms of networks, the first thing that comes to their mind is actually tensor network representations, because they are so successful and so much used. So I would like to draw differences between our MQNR approach and representation and the tensor network representation. So of course, first of all, in our approach, in the networks of pairwise correlations or of pairwise states, actually, we do not make any assumption on the state. Remember, what is behind this idea is that we can reconstruct efficiently the pairwise states, because we have developed an approach for doing it which is scalable with an increase of n. So, but we don't assume any structure in the state. It can be any many-body quantum state. And they are measurable efficiently for the reason I just said. But of course, they do not give full information on the many-body state. But again, with respect to tensor network representations, or with respect to, let's say, general representations or often found representation of many-body quantum systems, they allow for some sort of fine-grained description of the correlation properties. So I would say that if you would compare them, the tensor network with respect to MQNR, I would say that as for generality and measurability, here I have 2 axes: generality or ability to measure really experimentally, and here I have amount of information. Then MQNR, that is what we introduced, they are certainly more general than tensor network, because of course tensor networks starts from an ansatz from a type of entanglement possessed by the many-body state. So these are more general, but of course they contain less information, while tensor network states, they are of course more general, contain more information because they describe the full many-body quantum state, but they are less general because they make some assumptions on the structure of entanglement. So because of these properties, we believe that MQNR are very good candidates to help us understanding emergent properties in many-body complex systems. And we started investigating a paradigmatic model of many-body quantum systems, that is the XX model. And I will describe specifically the XX model and the type of new physics that we can reveal using this toolbox, using this method. And of course, the XX model is really a standard condensed matter model, but what is also interesting is that it is connected to many other very well-known models. Like, for example, it is connected via Jordan-Wigner transformation to the Kitaev model. It is connected to here are the references establishing this connection. It is connected to conformal field theory, and we will very briefly describe this at the end of the talk. And it is also connected to quantum chromodynamics. Here is the reference. And finally, it can describe quantum field theory in curved space-time. These are just some examples to tell you that how wide it is, the range of applicability of this model. And I recall now the form of the Hamiltonian for the XX model. So we are talking about a spin chain. So that if you want, the underlying graph of interactions is very simple. It's just a chain, okay? It is also in the XX model. The XX model is also very symmetric because it does, as you can see, the total magnetic field along the Z direction, the Z component of the sorry, not magnetic field, the spin component, orbital angular momentum component commute with the Hamiltonian. So it's a highly symmetric model. And it only contains nearest neighbor interactions, as you can see here. And we will consider specifically the case in which the chain is open. Okay, so we have the nearest neighbor interaction, and we have a magnetic field which is transversal, and B is the strength of the magnetic field. In the following, I will set J equal to 1 here. So the chain is open, and we will also specifically consider, we want to consider finite size effects of the chain. And I will discuss later a little bit the thermodynamic limit, but we are interested in finite size. And the reason why we are interested in finite size also has to do with the fact that, for example, when we study quantum simulators, when we realize the systems in experiments, we always have to do with finite systems. So actually finite size, in this case, it can reveal some interesting properties. Now, it is known that the ground state structure of this model is rather interesting. In the thermodynamic limit, the system undergoes a first order quantum phase transition from a fully polarized state to a critical phase, which exhibits a quasi long range order. And the critical point is B equal to 1. Remember here I have J equal to 1. And if I'm away from the thermodynamic limit, so in general, for a finite size system, I will have that in any case for B greater than 1, the ground state is just a tensor product of, for example, all the spins up, and the corresponding energy is simply minus NB. But for values of B smaller than 1, the model, remember here everything is symmetric, so the state is symmetric. I could have used the absolute value of B here. So between symmetrics around 0, everything. So if B is between 0 and 1, so if B is greater than 1, I have just this simple ground state, completely factorized state. If B is between 0 and 1, I have the system undergoes n level crossing for values of the magnetic field which are defined by this relation. So K defines these different regions. So generally between BK and BK plus 1, I have a ground state which is built in this way. And in particular, well, here L1, L2, LK indicates the locations where the splints have been flipped. And this is, well, never mind, I will not go into details, but the important part, the crucial idea is that really you have a critical line and the ground state discontinuously jumps from one subspace to an orthogonal subspace as we go from one region defined by K to the next one, okay? The details can be found, for example, in this paper. Perfect. So this is what I was just saying. Okay, how do pairwise entanglement networks look like. This is an example for n equal to 20 spins. And here you see we go across the different subspaces, the different ground states, as we change the values of B and as we change the values of K correspondingly, of course. So here you have K equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And of course, as I said, it's symmetric, so I only consider K between 1 and 10. Otherwise, I would obtain a symmetric states. So for now, I just want you to have a quick look at the network of pairwise entanglement, okay? But we will go back to the understanding of what these plots can tell us later on. But in order to explain better, so another thing I have to mention is that the size of the node generally is proportional to the strength, but I will say that later because I have to introduce the strength first. What would be interesting for us to study is what happens, for example, very close to the quantum phase transition. Remember, B equal to 1 was the quantum phase transition. So this is just before the quantum phase transition to the completely factorized state. So I will describe 3 new physical aspects that were not known, and they are brought from the MQNR representation. And I would like to also stress when presenting them that, well, I mean, this model has been known for over 60 years and been completely, you know, it's paradigmatic. It really has been very much used in several contexts. So it's quite interesting to have a toolbox that can allow to reveal new physics for a model like this one. Now, in order to proceed, I have to introduce the complex network measures that I'm going to use to describe and to analyze really the properties of this many-body state. And these are, as I said before, borrowed by a complex network theories. I will introduce first so-called local measures because, well, they are dependent, they are defined for each node, so node by node. So the degree is simply the sum of the links. For example, look at the red dot here, the red node. This would be, in this case, this has degree 3. The strength has specific generalization of the degree for the case of weighted networks. So if these are the weights, the strength is the sum of the weights of the node. So if I consider the red node, here the strength would be the sum of 1, 0.2, and 0.6. I will also consider disparity, but I will not consider, let's say, clustering in detail, clustering and weighted clustering. We consider it in the paper, but it would bring me away from the main point here. So in general, the reason why here in the definition of degree I use this Aij and here I use omega ij is because when when I talk about strength, I'm taking into account the weight of the link, so the numerical value of the entanglement as measured by concurrence between I and J, while I can also consider the network which is unweighted. So in the unweighted case, I'm just interested in whether or not there is entanglement. So in this case, Aij is 0 if there is no entanglement between the two, and 1 if there is entanglement between the spin I and the spin J. So I will generally look at both these two networks, the weighted one and the unweighted one. Yes. And the other quantity that I define is the disparity. The disparity is defined in this way, and it quantifies really the heterogeneity of the distribution of the weights on the connections of the node. So it tells you something more compared to the degree and the strength. For example, if all connections have equal weight, then I will have in this case, the disparity in the node I will be just given by 1 over di, while if there is only one connection which dominates, then disparity is approximately equal to 1, so approaches 1. Now, The first example I want to consider is the case in which we study the disparity for different nodes. So here I have a chain of n equal 180. So you will see in this graph here there is the index of the different spins, and then I display disparity for each node for different values of the magnetic field. So this correspond to jumping from one subspace to another, if you want, when looking at the corresponding ground states. And as you see, there is a clear formation of peaks that comes into play. And in particular, if I look near the quantum phase transition, by the way, this formation that I indicate here, it's really clearly identifying and separating the properties of the bulk of the chain and the properties of the edge of the chain. And bulk and edge change and depend on the value of the magnetic field in these systems. But interestingly, if I look very close to the quantum phase transition, where the network is basically fully connected, the disparity is really like a flat, basically a flat line. However, if I look at the strength, the fluctuations therefore are really like constant. But if I look at the strength per node, again, for this case, I will observe the strength per node is changing, actually. So this is quite interesting because concurrencies are actually heterogeneously distributed across the system. But the weights, okay, indicated by the strength, are allocated in such a way that all the relative fluctuations at the local level, which are quantified by disparity, are equal. So despite the heterogeneity across the system, there is like a combination such that eventually the fluctuations will look the same, okay? This is quite interesting. And actually, you can really see that if you look at the cumulative distribution of concurrencies for different spins in the chain, and you rescale them by their mean value, all the curves actually collapse, which reveals a very high level of symmetry in the ground state close to the quantum phase transition. Now, the second aspect I want to point out is the one of entanglement topological instability. And now I will switch to the unweighted network, okay? So I'm considering now unweighted network means simply there is a link if there is entanglement between the two. So if concurrence is non-zero, there is no link if concurrence is zero. So in case of no entanglement. Now, and if we look at the average degree now, so here the average degree is the degree averaged over all the nodes. And the average degree as a function of the magnetic field has an interesting structure which displays certain jumps as specific values of the magnetic field. So here we go from, so this is increasing the magnetic field. We go from a dimer chain type of structure for the pairwise entanglement to the almost fully connected case of the very close to the quantum phase transition and b equal to 1. But what happens is that the degree changes in a stepwise manner. So here the degree is 1, the average degree is 2, which reflects the fact that each node on average is connected to 2 neighbors, okay? Then it jumps to 4, okay? And this basically indicates the fact that I will go from the connections only between nearest neighbors to connection with second nearest neighbor. And then if I increase again the magnetic field, connections with third nearest neighbors will appear. So this clearly indicates how the quasi-long range order, as the quasi-long range order is let's say, developed, increasing the value of the magnetic field, I establish concurrencies between farther and farther spins. Initially only nearest neighbor, then second nearest neighbor, third nearest neighbors, and so on. And here there is interestingly a behavior which appears to be really a jump between degree 2 and between degree 4. So a jump between average degrees, of course, a jump between connections of entanglement between nearest neighbor and between second nearest neighbors. In between, there are some fluctuations, of course. But interestingly, this step-like behavior as we go towards the thermodynamic limit, here we go from 50 to 600 spins, becomes more and more defined. So clearly, this we call these topological entanglement, topological instabilities, and we can see that this topological instability actually they are underlying the fact that the graph is not degree regular, but they are remaining also in the thermodynamic limit, okay? And to characterize this, we look at the fluctuations of the degrees, the variance of the degrees, of the average degree, of course. So this is the mean value and this is the variance. And we see that at the points of the transition, you have it here, the fluctuations remain as we increase the number of spins, remain high, really, they do not change. So the topological instability are remaining in the system as I go towards the thermodynamic limit. Finally, the third topic I would like to introduce is the emergent entanglement spatial structures. And now we go from a description which is sort of microscopic or local to a description which is mesoscopic. So we want to see if there are communities in these systems. And we do this by using, again, another tool of complex network theory, which is an algorithm to detect communities. So it's called LPA, semi-synchronous community detection algorithm. Never mind the detail for this. We have modified it to account for weighted networks. And what happens, interestingly, is that if I really, it is completely agnostic. So it does not, we don't insert any information on the spins numbers, so on the locations of the spins across the chain. Okay, you just provide the graph, but absolutely no information about spin locations. And what happens is that here I would like to ask you to look only at the weighted, so the green line. There's a perfect correlation between the number of communities and the value of K. So depending on the value of K, of the subspace of the ground state where I'm in, yeah, I have exactly a different number of communities. Actually, the number of communities is dictated by the value of K. And this, if we go back to look at this plot that I showed you before, this is actually now indicated with colors in these plots. So you see that for K equal to 1, there is just one community. For K equal to 2, there are 2 communities. For K equal to 3, there are 3 communities, and so on and so forth. And these communities, as I said, they are spatial in the sense that they are really spatially located across the chain, but they are, I did not have to input this information in the detection algorithm. So in a way, what is interesting is that because K is a quantum number that is associated to the total magnetization along Z, it is really these communities, the spatial communities of entanglement, they are induced or they emerge because of a global symmetry of the system. And they are they have also an interesting interpretation. This will be one of the last point I'm making. I think probably I'm a little bit I will have to hurry up because I think I took a lot of time. But anyway, I go directly to the description of the interpretation of the conjecture, which is related to the emergent entanglement spatial structure. So in this paper by Fredkin and Saskin, entitled, it's an old paper, Order and Disorder, Engaged Systems and Magnets, it is introduced a dual basis for the XX model, which is simply defined in this way. So starting from the sigma X operators, and the action of the operator mu n is to create a topological excitation that they call a kink when acting on a fully polarized state. So you basically flip m of these of the spins. And in the case of a single spin flip, they refer to kink anti-kink pairs, and state with K spin flips are combination, or can be seen as combinations of kink anti-kink pairs. And therefore, if you look here at the representation and the entanglement community structures I described before, you see these are their words, is their analysis, okay? And it's related to conformal field theory, of which I know very little, of course, because well, we are now collaborating with conformal field theories, but it's not my expertise. So in the case of B equal to 1, we have this C of condensed kink anti-kink pairs. And then as you increase as you increase the K, so as the magnetic field decreases, you have an increasing number of kinks of decreasing size. So this is exactly what we observe in the entanglement community structure. It's precisely the same phenomenology that they described long ago, considering the dual basis of the XX model. And so we conjecture that the emergent entanglement structures that we observed in the pairwise tomography networks actually reflect the structure of the kink-anti-kink pairs in the dual representations of the XX model. So I will conclude now. Take home message: we believe that MQNR allow us to unveil new physics in the description of properties of many body quantum systems. And we believe that we started to describe different, of course, famous standard many body quantum systems. We think that there is a lot more to explore. And we also believe that complex quantum network theory is a very, very suitable framework to describe emergence by borrowing tools from classical complex network theory. Future directions that we are investigating, we are using MQNR in general for the XY Ising models and to build a multiplex of dual theories. And we are studying emergent geometry from entanglement in many body quantum systems. And also we are going in the direction of using it to simulate quantum field theory in curved spacetime. All these are very, very preliminary directions we have established collaborations with different groups to explore them. Of course, there is also another possibility, and this is the one of using them to benchmark quantum computers, because you can build, of course, also for the for NISQ devices, you can build the entanglement, pairwise entanglement networks and understand and measure them actually, because there is an efficient method for doing it. And we actually do have some experimental results, but it's beyond the scope of this talk. I would like to conclude by inviting you all to an event that is the launch of QPlay Learn. QPlay Learn is a completely free for everyone multimedia online platform containing multimedia resources for learning about quantum science and technology in a playful way. It's free for everyone. We begin with a quantum dictionary. We have a lot of material that is useful both for experts and for beginners, really. And this will be on the 14th of December. It is live streaming 5 to 7 EET. And with this, I conclude, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sabrina, for a very nice and interesting talk on the emergent structures in quantum many-body systems using complex quantum network methods. Now I invite the audience to ask their questions. So I see a hand by Arul. Arul, you can unmute yourself and ask question.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Thank you for an interesting talk. Some years back, we looked at concurrence in across the many-body localization transition. So I'm wondering whether this kind of entanglement networks have been studied in this context. And
no,
yeah.
no, they've not been studied in this context as far as I know. I mean, there are really not that many papers studying entanglement networks specifically for many-body quantum states. What we started to do, but we are, I mean, it's still work in progress, is to build different types of networks that are, however, related to the expectation values of certain observables, like energy, for example, for many body states. And this might be, we think that there is a clear correspondence in the case of, so a clear way of distinguish from the emerging networks between ergodic and non-ergodic, integrable and non-integrable systems. But it's very preliminary, but it's not from the correlations that we are looking at in this case, but it's really expectation values of pairwise operators that build a network. So it's a bit different, but the idea is the same. Mm-hmm.
And also, just as a quick follow-up,
Yeah.
how do you visualize going beyond a two-body entanglement? because this is something.
Yes, so there are two ways, two ways of proceeding. The first one is that certainly you can gain some information already from the multiplex in terms of a higher order entanglement. And the reason, for example, you can do it is that you can study what we call excess entropy. That is the somehow it's a quantity based on monogamy of entanglement inequality, which it's a difference between the optimal entropy in the right hand side of the monogamy entanglement, but it's complicated to explain. But let's say there are if you study correlations between the concurrence and entropy or some type of entropy layers, you can identify the presence of entanglement which is of higher order with respect to pairwise, because of course the network itself does contain more information about the entanglement than just the pairs. I mean, already from monogamy of entanglement, you have some limitations in the way you can connect the pairs, so the nodes. But then there is another possibility, which is the one that I was mentioning at the very beginning, I think, that is using, so there is a concept which generalizes the network to a hypergraph. So in this case, instead of, you need to use these other mathematical quantities, which are like simplicial complexes, for example, to define the hypergraph for starting from the three body operators. But we haven't done yet anything in this direction. But okay, one of my postdocs has been working with this in the past, but yes.
Okay, so the next question is from Usha.
I got reminded about one particular one aspect where Bristol group mathematicians had developed. If you have a whole pure state, it can be determined by its reduced density matrices. That is, if I'm given a n-body pure state, let us say, I can determine it completely using its subsystems, reduced density matrices. So, but that works only for a pure state. So I just wonder if the system, if the method of this, whatever you have explained, there may be some simplification when you only consider a whole pure state. So I just wanted to know if there's any.
Yes, it's true. It's true. It's true what you said. It's correct. I think in general, if I remember correctly, the paper you mentioned, I think in general they prove it only for 3 qubit states. But I might be wrong.
There are higher dimensional also they have discussed later on.
Okay.
First
which can be fully determined from the pairwise only, from the two body only. Okay, it is well, in this case, obviously, in this I'm sure obviously that there will be specific example of pure quantum states for which the pairwise quantities are sufficient to say everything. This is certainly the case.
That forms a subset of whatever you have described now. That kind of,
this is certainly
they
the
may
case.
have some special features is what they might have.
Okay, what you're saying is that it would be interesting to have a look at how the graph looks like. Okay, this is an interesting point. Yes, I agree. Yeah, it's interesting. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Aditi?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Sabrina, for a nice talk. One thing is that maybe I missed the point. So have you also talked about what will be the effect of temperature on this graph? Because how for example, the topological instability is that the graph that you show with respect to B. So I guess there will be an effect of temperature in this whole scenario, and which is more probably realistic because you will have some non-zero temperature in the system. So
yes, so the first thing is, of course, the method itself is valid for any ground state. So sorry, for any quantum state. So also for thermal states. But the systems that we consider in the XX model, the example that we consider is really the ground state of the XX model. So we don't consider any temperature effects here. Of course, we can do it. We can do basically any time we have available through whatever numerical approach you can have. In the XX model, as you know, the reason why we are studying is it's because it's not the only one, but it's exactly solvable. So of course we have an exact analytical solution, so it's easy to build the graph. Also, the XX model is particularly simple in a way because we also have an we didn't derive it. It is known, the analytical expression of concurrence. So obviously, I mean, it's even easier. But in principle, if I have even numerically the value of all the reduced pairs of the so the reduced density operators, then obviously it can become a little bit let's say long or intensive numerically, but it's not a big problem. But if you have to calculate from the full state, say that at a thermal temperature, the reduced states of all the pairs, it can be extensive, this numerically, obviously. So if you don't have the analytical expression and you have to calculate it numerically, it can take some time to do so you certainly will not be able probably to look at 600 spins. You will have to reduce the amount of spins, but it can be done, and the network can be built, and the same machinery can be used, and therefore you could study precisely what you said. So whether the topological instability are disappearing as you have finite temperatures. So you can do it. We haven't done it, and it might be interesting doing it. Yes.
Yeah, just to add, I mean, actually, you can also get because you apply Jordan-Wigner transformation, I understand, to solve it, and so you can get actually all the thermal reduced states as well in the XX as well as XY and Ising, all these models. So. So
yeah, but do you have them analytically? Because I'm sure that you can have.
You can.
Okay, this is very nice. It makes it easier to calculate.
Yeah. So this because we long back we have some work on dynamics where we start with the thermal states.
Yes.
Long back with Ujjwal and Maciek, and there we always use this analytical formula.
Very nice. Actually, it would be very nice if I can ask you if you could send me an email with
I think the
I would be very glad.
In the chat, or you can talk later.
Yes.
Yeah. Sure, Sabrina. I will send.
Yeah. So
thank you.
I don't see any other questions, and we are running slightly late. So I thank the speaker again for a very nice talk.
Thank you very much.
We move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is by Dr. Rajiv Singh. Dr. Rajiv is at the Indian Institute of Technology, BHU, Varanasi. He did his PhD from Institute of Mathematical Sciences, Chennai, and then he was a postdoctoral fellow at Max Planck Institute for Physics of Complex Systems, Dresden, then another postdoc at Bar Ilan University, Israel. Today, he will speak on nonlinear light propagation through waveguide QED lattices. So over to you, Rajiv.
Thank you, Raman. Is everything fine? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, but we can't see you.
Yeah, sorry. I have actually a bit poor network, so I would prefer not to switch on the camera now. Probably during the question answer session, I'll switch it on. Is it okay? Yeah. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for arranging this nice meeting in these difficult times and inviting me to present some of our recent work. And let me begin by thanking my collaborator, Dibyendu from RRI, and also the funding agency DST Serb for supporting our work through Ramanujan Fellowship here. Today, I'll be talking about nonlinear effects in light propagation through some interesting systems. And this work is carried out by a very motivated master's student, Tarush, and the details can be found in this reference. Okay, so let me begin by giving a brief overview. I will present a very short motivation and describe a little in some detail, mainly for benefit of students, what the system is and the methods we use to analyze it, and then conclude with the results. Okay. So to this, audience, I do not need to introduce this slide, but let me just say a few words. Many, if not most, quantum computers today look something like this. So it's a remarkable engineering and technological achievement. And at the heart of this jungle sits a chip like this, which has superconducting qubits. So for example, this is one of the IBM ones with 4 qubits, and wires, which are or waveguides, which as we will use it. And this is how today's many of the today's quantum computers look like. And they, as originally motivated, quantum computers are really very good as quantum simulators. Okay, so for example, I am taking a look. I'm showing here one of the recent work from the Princeton experimental group, where on the chip they had grown. So this is a 2-dimensional chip on which they have grown a 1D array. So you see there is this snake-like. I hope my mouse is also visible. A snake-like arrangement of the wires, and each of these dots is a superconducting qubit. Okay, so this system, and we have this input for exciting or the system, and then the thing is recorded at the output here. And this is, if I try to draw a cartoon for this system, it looks something like this, where it's a 1D array of resonators with qubits sitting inside the resonator. The qubit is interacting with the resonators, and the resonators are put in a 1D array, and they are interacting with coupled to each other. And if I try to put in some light or some disturbance, it can propagate through the system and come out. And the experiment or this kind of study is all about how do we understand such systems. Okay, and let me just make one comment. I noticed that the next talk in just after me is by Professor Vijay Raghavan, and it is really an honor for me to give a talk on this kind of topic before him. He's a very eminent experimentalist from our country. So let me just briefly mention what they saw in this work. So the top figure on the right is the experimental figure. So the x-axis is the frequency of the input. I will just call it light. So it is actually a microwave disturbance. So input light frequency, and on the y-axis, as we go up, the intensity is being increased exponentially. Okay, and the color code is the amount of transmission. So the yellow lines which we see here, they mean that those are essentially they essentially represent the resonances in the system. At those frequencies, the system is able to transmit a high amount of radiation. But we can clearly see here that it is a very much a intensity dependent phenomena. At high enough intensity, the transmission is quenched. So no matter, all the resonance disappears and there is no more transmission. Okay, and in the paper itself, they had managed to, I should say, qualitatively reproduce the experimental work using mean field or quasi-classical kind of analysis. So this is the starting point for our work. So I'm going to describe how do we study these systems. So next couple of slides will be slightly mathematical, but I hope that it's mostly for benefit of students. So the standard framework of this thing is what is called the open quantum system. So my total Hamiltonian is, I break it for convenience as sum of many terms. The Hamiltonian for the medium, the Hamiltonian for the left bath, the Hamiltonian for the right bath, the coupling of the left bath with the medium, and the coupling of the right bath with the medium. The two mediums are assumed to be made of quantum harmonic oscillators. So you see the familiar term A dagger A for the left bath, A dagger A for the right bath, and all modes, we assume that all modes are present. And the coupling between bath and the medium is the one which we get after. So here we use the rotating wave approximation. So for example, things like, so for people who know what it is, pair creation kind of terms are dropped. Okay, so if a photon disappears, it excites the first atom. So if the photon enters from the left and goes through the medium and comes out on the right, So when the photon enters the medium, then this kind of term, so annihilation of the photon happens from the left bath, and the first at qubit or whatever this object is gets excited. And that excitation can then propagate through the system and may come out on the right hand side. Now we studied two kind of systems here. One which we call direct coupled qubits, where these blue circles are the qubits. So the qubit themselves are directly coupled. This is a toy model. I don't think there is a real system which will represent this. But then we will also study one which will be more similar to the real system which was studied. So the Hamiltonian, let me just explain, has this harmonic oscillator kind of term, but the fact that it is a qubit is captured by this nonlinear term. Okay, so there is a on-site interaction if there are more than one excitations on any of this qubit, and the neighboring qubits are coupled by simple hopping kind of term. Okay, so this is one model which we study, which we call direct coupled qubits. Another model which we study is side coupled qubits. Again, it's not very complicated, but don't worry about it too much. So what we have here now, these red circles, they are the wires or the resonators. Okay, and the resonators are coupled in a 1D arrangement, and the qubits are directly coupled to each of one. So one qubit is coupled to one of the resonators. So this is precisely the experimental system. Okay, but there is a very crucial difference from the experimental. In this theory, we, for simplicity, we have ignored. We realized that the phenomena which was seen, namely that all the intensity, all the transmission stopped. We realized that in the experiment, it is happening primarily because of large dissipation in the bulk. But we noticed that this actually can also happen because of interactions. So in this theoretical study, in theory, it is convenient to do whatever we like. We just switched off the bulk dissipation. Okay, so here, so what I mean to say in that in the experiment, you may imagine that each of this resonator, apart from being coupled to this qubit, is also coupled to an additional bath, which is causing dissipation, which in our theoretical model, this bath is not there. Okay. Now, how do we analyze this system? So I will not get into technical details. You may refer to the paper. It is fairly standard. And for students, I may mention that you can pick up the book by Scully and Zuberi, the famous quantum optics book. And this particular method, for example, is described. It's a textbook stuff. So we start by writing Heisenberg equation for the whole system, and they integrate out the bath by assuming some suitable initial condition for the bath. For example, that a coherent light is incident from left. Then we end up with what is called the quantum Langevin equation. Now we are modeling the qubits using bosonic operator. So there is a problem that there can be infinite number of excitations on each site. So in order to make any meaningful statement to study this nonlinear system, we have to do a truncation. Okay, so that is one of the method. That is what we call truncated Heisenberg-Langevin equation. What we simply mean is that for each qubit, we consider its ground state and a few excited states in the numerics we do. For the side-coupled model, there is one more thing which we do. The resonator themselves, let me go back one slide. If you look at the resonator Hamiltonian, the resonator itself is a harmonic oscillator. It's a linear harmonic oscillator. There is no non-linearity for the resonator. We can integrate that out completely. Okay, just like we can integrate out baths, we can integrate out the resonators using something called a Markovian approximation. The details one can find in all the equations, etc. You can find in the paper. But the point is that in this analysis, if I keep m excited states of the qubits in my analysis, then this system boils down to m plus 1 power 2n. So this minus 1 we can ignore, number of equations. It's a linear system of equation. Now try to imagine this. If I'm saying that we want to take if I want to consider for sake of accuracy 9 excited states, then this m plus 1 will become 10. Then even for 2 qubits, I will have 10,000 equations. Okay, so this is pretty expensive calculation, but we did it for some cases. What is traditionally done, or what was done, for example, in the paper also, is what we call quasi-classical analysis. So here, what we do is that we don't consider, we just ignore all the quantum correlations and replace them by their the single 1 point averages. So for example, expectation value, if a expectation value like this appears, it will be replaced by this beta square beta, where beta is the expectation value of the operator B. Okay, so I will mention in a moment what. Okay, the advantage is that we will get, if there are n qubits, we will have only n equations. Okay, so the number of equations is very, very small. However, they are non-linear, and this is a very, very drastic approximation. And I will show you shortly that it actually ends up giving very wrong results for the model we are studying. Now, our contribution in this work is that once we realized that this quasi-classical analysis is failing for the case we are studying, we figured out a way to change the interaction strength and make it complex such that it still works. Now, please, I've tried to appreciate that this is really remarkable, because just for an example, if I say that I have 2 qubits, and for each qubit in the other analysis, I'm taking 9 excited states, then I have 10 power 4 dimensional linear problem. Whereas in this approach, in the modified quasi-classical analysis, which you are calling, I have just 2 equations. Okay, they are non-linear, but we know how to handle non-linear equations. The theory of non-linear equations is quite advanced, and there are very good integrators available. So on one hand, we have 10,000 dimensional linear problem. On the other hand, we have a differential equation, non-linear differential equation, just 2 of them. So if this so the computational complexity is completely, you can imagine that there's a huge difference between the two. So if this modified quasi-classical analysis works even in a reasonable window of parameters, that will be something. Okay, and that is why I am giving this talk. So what do we measure? We measure the same thing which were measured in experiments, which is what is the transmission. Okay, and what in the analysis, what is the transmission? It is simply proportional to the occupation of the last site, because some number proportional to that is going to leak into the right bath, which will be seen as transmission. Okay, all right. So now let me just describe what we find for our system. So first I will present the result for this toy model, which we call the directly coupled array of qubits. So let us look at the first row, first column here. Yeah, if you can see my mouse. So we have the simplest system we consider a single qubit. Okay, x-axis here is the frequency of the input radiation. Okay, and this omega a number you can see here is the qubit frequency. So this is not surprising at all. And what we are plotting here is the transmission at low intensity of the input light. And we find that there is a resonance. Resonance happens at qubit frequency, which is in this scale, it will be 1. And there are 3 curves here, but they fall right on top of each other. We have this exact calculation. We have the quasi-classical calculation. And there is a correction which we have made, which we have called modified quasi-classical, the third one. Okay, so all of them work for low intensities. As we start increasing the intensity little bit, we see that the quasi-classical has started to deviate from the exact result. So I'm calling it exact, but please just remember that I just mean that this truncated one, okay, or the full quantum one. Okay, it is not exact because we have done a truncation. All right. And if I increase the intensity even further, then it goes completely off. The quasi-classical analysis, the peak has gone out of this window. Okay. Whereas you can notice here that the other one, the modification we have made, continues to work for all, even for large intensity. So this is what happens when we have a single qubit, direct coupled qubit. If we have 2 of them, 2 direct coupled qubits, then those are the second and the third column in this figure. The second column is for a small coupling between the qubit, and the third column is for a slightly larger coupling. So this is the number here. And we know that in such a system, if there is a large coupling, then we will see 2 resonance peaks. Okay, so this is some very simple analysis you can do with single particle level also. Whereas if this coupling is not that large, these 2 peaks will merge and I will see a single broad peak. And again here we see that at low intensities, everything is fine. The 3 calculations match. But as I start increasing the intensity, the quasi-classical one, quasi-classical, by the way, is quite standard. Okay, fails. It starts to deviate from the exact result. whereas the correction we have made continues to work. And here I want to show you that there is a small deviation, but I would still want to say that we are doing pretty well, because the difference in cost of calculation is astronomical. Modified quasi-classical analysis I can trivially do on my laptop, whereas for the other analysis for two qubits and 10 states, I would require a 100 GB computer, 100 GB RAM computer. Okay, and we can see that within 10%, we are able to reproduce the result with this cheap calculation. So this is quite good. Now, what we do is that to show systematically so the phenomena is that as the intensity is increased, because of the non-linearity of the qubit, the transmission is going to go down. To focus on this, for each of the curves, I sit on the peak of this, one of the resonance peaks, and plot it as a function of intensity. So that's what I do here. It is the transmission as a function of intensity, and we see that the transmission is at the resonance. At the resonance is 1 for a broad range of intensity, and then it starts to decrease and gradually goes to 0 for all cases. Okay, and this green curve is the quasi-classical analysis, which is making a quite off prediction. It is not looking as bad here, but it will look terrible in the next figure, where I plot the 2D diagram, or this a 3D diagram in some sense, similar to the experiments, where the x-axis is the frequency, y-axis is the intensity, and the middle row here is the this exact one, or the full quantum one. The lower row is the one which we have done with modification, and the top row is the quasi-classical analysis. And you can clearly see that how poorly it is doing at high intensities. Not only it is not predicting that the dissipation is not going to happen, it is showing a very high intensity at an unreasonably very large frequency. Okay, so this is very, very wrong. All right. Now, what about higher system sizes? So we can go take this thing to a little bit bigger system sizes. So we went up to system size 5. And by this time, we had exhausted the capacity of our bigger computer, which had 96 GB RAM. And so this is the limit. So, of course, our modified analysis can go to hundreds of system size. Okay, but this particular study is a comparison of this exact result with quasi-classical and this one with the modification. And we can see that even for large system size, there is a difference in detail, but the order of magnitude, or within 10%, this modified quasi-classical analysis, which is very cheap calculation, is able to capture the entire dissipation phenomena. And not dissipation, this is a blockade phenomena. Okay. So here also we can plot what happens, essentially what happens to transmission as the intensity is increased at the resonance. But in the interest of time, let me go ahead and talk about the second system, which is the side coupled system. So here we have this resonators, and the light is trying to propagate through the resonators, but each resonator is coupled to a qubit. And as I said earlier, that this was also the experimental system. The main difference being that these resonators in the experiment were also dissipative. Means a bath was attached to this because they are sitting on a solid substrate, which is at a finite temperature. Whereas in our model, that bath has been removed. Okay. Now in this system, again, so first we look at, again, the simplest case is a single qubit and a single resonator. And what we find, if the qubit was not there, there would have been just a single resonance peak. But the qubit, what does it do? At the qubit frequency, because of destructive interference, we get a dip. Okay, so whatever is the qubit frequency, we will find a dip there. And this width of this dip will be proportional to the, or will be, I should not say proportional, but related to the strength of coupling of the qubit to the resonator. So that is what the two columns are. Here, the qubit is coupled weakly to the resonator, whereas here, the qubit is coupled more strongly. And you can see that this width of low transmission has increased by doing this step. Now, in this plot also, as I go down, I am increasing the intensity. And we can see that at very low intensity, again, all three methods match. But as we start increasing the intensity, the quasi-classical analysis begins to fail. But here, phenomena-wise, something interesting happens. As we go to very high intensity, if you can see from the figure, that things start to work again. So you might be wondering that how did this happen? So this is essentially happening because the qubit can only hold a single photon. It is a highly nonlinear thing. So once a photon manages to excite the qubit, and the qubit stays excited, other photons can just go through the resonators and we get back. So this, for example, the last row here is essentially the transmission through the resonator, as if the qubit was not there, because the qubit has absorbed a photon, very roughly speaking, and is not participating in the dynamics anymore. Okay, and resonators, they are just harmonic oscillators. They don't have any nonlinearity. Any amount of photons can go through them directly. Okay, but here what we find is that at intermediate intensities, when the nonlinearity of the qubit is very dominant, there is a strong discrepancy between the exact result and the quasi-classical analysis. So the quasi-classical analysis in all these figures is the green curve, and you can see that there is a strong deviation, whereas it matches the modification we have made with that, it is the agreement is quite good. And we can go ahead. So here again, we are plotting what happens to the resonance as a function of intensity. And I would just like to point one thing, that the difference between these two is that the right figure has a higher coupling between the qubit and the resonator. As a result, the damage which the qubit can do to transmission is also more. Okay, so whereas at the low coupling, the transmission goes down from 1 to, let us say, something like 0.8, here it goes down from 1 to 0.5. Okay, now we can draw some experimental like figures of frequency and intensity, and we can see this effect. So here, if you look at the bottom, look at the middle row, at low intensity I have these two peaks, where the middle dip is the destruction which the qubit is causing. Okay, and as the intensity is increased, somewhere around here the qubit is saturating, and after at even higher intensity, the system is behaving as if the qubit is not there. Okay, and we get essentially the transmission through a single resonator. Okay, so that is the phenomena, and we can clearly see that at very low intensity and very high intensity, all three approaches give the same answer. But at the intermediate intensity, where the qubit is causing considerable damage, let us call, to transmission, there is a strong discrepancy between the quasi-classical analysis and this exact analysis. Now we can go to 2 qubits. So here we have 2 resonators coupled to 2 qubits, or 2 qubits coupled to 2 resonators. Now the way we see is, so from between first row and first column and second column, I am increasing the coupling between the qubit and the resonator, this number G. And as before, it is just widening this gap of low transmission. And in between second and third column, I am increasing the coupling between the resonators. And as before, it may, so here actually there are 2 peaks, but they are appearing as a single broad peak. But if the coupling between the resonators is large, I recover the 2 peaks back. So the system actually has 4 peaks. In this case, they have merged essentially. And even for the system size 2, we see the same thing, that as we go down, as we start increasing the intensity, at intermediate intensity, there is a considerable amount of damage, considerable amount of disagreement between the quasi-classical analysis and the exact result. But I would like to point out here that the modification which we have made unfortunately fails if the coupling between resonator is large. It is still getting the amount of transmission roughly similar, but the disagreement is a lot more than 10%. Okay, so in this parameter, for example, I would say that our approximation has completely failed. So we should not, if someone is interested in simulating a large system size, this kind of parameter should be avoided. If you are in any other parameter, your expensive calculation, which includes all the quantum effects, and our modified cheap calculation, they are within 10% of each other. Okay. So I think I have little time left. So so these are similar figures as before. So let me not discuss these again. But you can see that we have done, looked at in all the detail, just like experiments. There is just one another. So we can here also we can go to larger system size. Let me not dwell on that. Let me just point out an interesting effect. What happens if the qubits are inhomogeneous in the side coupled system? So this blue curve is the homogeneous system, meaning all qubits are identical, all resonators are identical, and we see a very nice pattern. But in the orange curve, the qubits, their frequencies are random. So something like Anderson localization is at play here, and we see a reduced transmission. Okay. Now, interestingly, as we increase the transmission, we have seen that in this system, the qubit will get saturated and will go out of the picture. So what happens here is that even though at low intensities, the two systems are behaving very differently, at high intensity, the behavior becomes very similar because the qubit is not participating in the dynamics anymore. It has saturated and gone out of the game. And the dynamics is simply the dynamics of movement of light through the resonators, and the resonators are identical. The disorder was only in the qubit. Okay, there's just some peculiar things, some fun we looked at in the system. And let me just end here and briefly recap what it is, what we did. So we looked at two systems, direct and side coupled. So this is the direct system. Qubits are directly coupled to each other. In side coupled, there is an array of resonator. This is the experimental system. Very importantly, as opposed to the experiment, we don't have dissipation in the bulk. Okay, that is very important. Then we looked at something like an exact analysis where many quantum correlations were included, and the standard quasi-classical analysis and our modification to it. Okay, the quasi-classical fails very miserably, but we are able to salvage the situation and do a modification which works in a reasonable wide range of parameters, though not all. Okay, and the main result, or in one line, if one has to say, that in these systems the qubit saturates, and it gives rise to very different behavior in the two models of direct and side coupled system. And in one case, we see no transmission at very high intensity. And in the other case, we recover a coherent transmission at very high intensity because the qubit has gone out of the system completely, and the resonator is behaving as if the qubits are not there, and light is propagating coherently through the system. Okay, so I will end here. I hope I'm in time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rajiv. The audience may now ask questions by raising their hand. So I don't see any hand yet.
Okay, fine. So hopefully they can write in the chat box.
Yeah, they can do that also. So let's thank Rajiv once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So the next talk will be by Dr. R. Vijay Raghavan, and we will be starting in 10 minutes. Yeah, so the guys can take a break and we'll come back in 10 minutes.
Hi Vijay, how are you?
Hi Arvind. Yeah, are you able to hear me and see my screen?
Yes, your screen is clearly visible and you're clearly audible.
Okay, excellent. All right, great. Yeah, I'm doing all right.
But we can't see you. Where are you?
No,
No, but
yeah.
you are not there.
Just 1 second. Yeah. There I am.
You are also there.
Yes. Hi. Yeah, I guess it had the default video setting off when one logs in.
Yeah, that helps if
Yes,
the
yes, it
bandwidth
does.
is low. The previous speaker said on his video, the audio will go. So we said, well, audio is more important.
Yeah. I hope like yesterday I had a lot of trouble doing several Zoom calls. So I'm hoping, I just checked, the bandwidth looks okay, but
Yeah, with the conference, somehow, I mean, we have been lucky. There has been no glitch so far till the third day.
okay, that's great. Guys have really long days, like from 12 to 9 every day. It's
Yeah,
I guess
it's
there
a
are
bit.
some.
Yeah. See, normally what happens is you invite people, many of them here the acceptance rate was high. So
Yeah, no, this is very strange dynamic. Even it's just like, you're not in a conference mood. When I woke up this morning, I didn't even remember. And then thankfully an email came and I was like, oh, that's right, that's today. It's of course also being a Sunday, being at home, it's you sort of out of it.
yeah, but then the advantage is you can give your talk sitting at home on a Sunday.
That's right. Yeah. No, I think it's a double-edged sword. Basically, now there are no limits on when you can be called on to a meeting or to work or give seminars. But at the same time, you don't have all the associated travel and reimbursements and all of that stuff. It's definitely easier.
Also, in many places, you can be virtually present.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess it's a lot easier to now get international speakers to participate as well, and doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's interesting times. I mean, I'm guessing a lot of this will go on even after things settle down. I think there are some clear
Well, many
advantages.
universities started taking their PhD vivas in the online mode because of COVID are going to now stick to it to save the money because they don't want to
Yeah,
need TADA to examine.
yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, we always used to allow it if the examiner couldn't come. But I think you're right, more and more
Yeah,
people
so see,
will.
one is to allow when examiners will come. I, universities particularly are moving towards when they're making it only online.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No. It's a huge save in cost, time. I mean, I would imagine that even as an examiner, even to make day trip and then come back, it's one entire day gone. Whereas here it's just 2 hours and it's really efficient. And the technology is there. I mean, as you said, I think earlier any video conferencing or online meetings, one was always a little reluctant. It's like, it's annoying, connection will go, and then it doesn't feel like you're having a engaging meeting. But turns out it's okay.
Okay, welcome back to the final talk in this session. So it's a pleasure to welcome and introduce to you Dr. Vijay Raghavan. Dr. Vijay Raghavan, it is BSc Honors in Physics from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. Then he did his BA in Natural Sciences from University of Cambridge before moving on to Yale University to do his PhD in Applied Physics. He also did a 4-year stint at University of California, Berkeley as a postdoc fellow. Currently, he is associate professor at the Department of Condensed Matter Physics and Material Science at the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai. And he heads the QMAC laboratory there, which primarily investigates quantum phenomena in superconducting circuits. Dr. Raghavan will today talk on high fidelity quantum measurements in superconducting qubits. So welcome, Dr. Raghavan, and kindly begin your talk.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And let me start by thanking all the organizers for inviting me to this online conference. It's a pleasure to be here. And I will tell you today about a series of experiments we have been doing over the past several years, which are all connected to implementing quantum measurements in superconducting qubits and other superconducting devices, and how we have been trying to improve the state of the art, and also understanding some of the problems which plague these systems. Let me just take care of a few things here so that I can see my screen properly. Okay, great. So I would also like to thank all the funding agencies which have been supporting us, DAE, our parent organization, and also funding from DST. All the PhD students and postdocs who have been doing all the hard work, and our collaborators over the past several years as well. So I will start by introducing some of the basics in superconducting qubits and superconducting devices, and then I'll go on to define the measurement setup. Okay, so there are very different kinds of superconducting qubits one can make, but one of the most popular and sort of the most simplest to understand conceptually is this particular design, which has been nicknamed transmon, and it's nothing but just a nonlinear oscillator. And here's a schematic of that circuit. It's basically looks like an LC oscillator, with the difference that you have the capacitor, but now the inductor is essentially being provided by a Josephson junction. So the symbol cross represents a Josephson junction, which is a Josephson tunnel junctions, which is made out of two superconducting electrodes, which is separated by a small insulating layer. And such a device behaves electrically as a nonlinear inductor. So that means the inductance depends on the amount of current which is flowing through the device. And if you then construct an LC oscillator of this type, so you get a nonlinear or an anharmonic oscillator, which has sort of a cosine potential instead of the standard parabolic potential you would have get for a harmonic oscillator, which is basically the same circuit, but now with a linear inductor here. And the consequence of that nonlinearity now is that the eigenstates, in this oscillator, the harmonic oscillator states here are now no longer equally spaced as they would be for a harmonic oscillator. Instead, the spacing between the levels keeps decreasing, and this is a consequence of the negative nonlinearity, either the Kerr term in this expansion of the nonlinear inductance for a Josephson junction. And the essential point here is that for any quantum or qubit type applications, we are looking for a two-level system. And even though this is a few level, this has typically the potential will contain 5 or 6 levels, but we are interested in accessing only the 2 lowest levels. And because the third level is separated because of this frequency separation between omega 0, 1 and omega 1, 2, that sort of allows us to treat this as an effective two-level system, because when one drives the system on resonance with omega 0, 1, the other transitions are all off resonance. So it creates an effective two-level system, but these higher levels are always present, and one has to keep that in mind. And sometimes they can even be exploited for other applications, and they play, some roles in renormalizing some of the properties. Just for a comparison, especially for the students, the kind of nonlinearity one sees here is very similar, in fact, almost identical mathematically to a pendulum. Because it has a restoring force proportional to sine of displacement, which we usually ignore when we talk about small angle displacements. But truly, a pendulum is also a nonlinear oscillator. So it's exactly the same form of nonlinearity. The typical parameters for this inductance and capacitances are shown here, and they give rise to a resonant frequency in the microwave range, around 5 gigahertz, for example, which when converted into an effective temperature, basically h bar omega divided by K Boltzmann, is about 250 millikelvin. And in order for these systems to be cooled down to their ground state, their quantum ground state, we operate them in a dilution refrigerator, which has a temperature of about 10 millikelvin. Okay, so that ensures that when you leave the system alone, it ends up in its true quantum ground state. Of course, there are many other things one has to do to ensure that there's not noise and you do sufficient shielding and filtering, but then that allows you to start from a known state, and then you can do manipulations by sending signals at omega 0, 1 to manipulate the quantum state of the system. So here's, for example, an image of such a device made in our lab. As I told you earlier, this type of a device is called a transmon. And here in the middle, you are seeing the Josephson junctions. There are 2 of them, just like shown here. I forgot to mention that there are these, when you have 2 of them in a loop like this, you can actually tune the effective inductance. And by applying a magnetic flux in this loop, and that's the purpose of that. So that way you can tune omega 0, 1 depending on the requirement in your experiment. And these 2 big capacitor pads gave rise to the capacitance here. So if you just sort of stare at this and look at the size scale, this is a pretty big device. It's not a microscopic element like an atom. So it's a fairly big, almost visible to the naked eye, and yet under appropriate conditions, it behaves like an effective single degree of freedom, like a single atom. And sometimes they're also called artificial atoms for that purpose. Okay. Now, in order to measure these devices, one uses an architecture which is borrowed from the cavity QED physics sort of regime. And this is the physics of studying light matter interaction, where an atom is, sometimes made to go through and interact with a light which is confined in a Fabry-Perot resonator. So here's sort of a typical schematic of that. And then the physics of the system is characterized by the interaction between the atom and the light inside, which is given by this coupling strength G, the cavity's decay rate, which sort of sets the line width or the Q factor of this cavity kappa, and then an emission rate gamma for the atom, where it can independently decay into some other mode. And these things here are actually controlled by first you actually implementing this circuit in this cavity QED setup in the circuit form can be done by taking your nonlinear resonator, which is your qubit, and coupling it to a linear resonator, because essentially a Fabry-Perot resonance can be modeled as a harmonic mode, and that can be represented by single LC oscillators, a circuit like this. And just the coupling capacitor between these 2 oscillators allows you to control the coupling strength G, and the kappa, which is the capacitor coupling to now your feed line. Now this is the coaxial line which brings all your signals in and out. You can control that. So you can see sort of the parallel between this. And as most of you might know, the physics of this is described by the Jaynes-Cumming Hamiltonian. So here you have your 2-level Hamiltonian term. Here you have your harmonic oscillator. And then basically you have this exchange coupling, basically that you excite, put an excitation into the cavity and kill an excitation in the atom, and then vice versa. The regime which is actually used for measurement is the one where this kind of exchange is not directly happening. In fact, that is ensured by making sure that this omega q, which is the qubit's frequency or the transition frequency between the ground and the excited state of the qubit, and the resonator's natural frequency are actually detuned from each other sufficiently. In fact, it has to follow this condition that this detuning is much greater than the coupling strength G. And in that case, you can simplify this Hamiltonian and get an effective Hamiltonian which looks like this. So you have your qubit, but now your cavity term, which is this A dagger A plus 1/2, has a modified coefficient. So instead of just being omega r, it now depends on the state of the qubit with this proportionality constant, which we call the dispersive shift, which is roughly proportional to g square over delta. It's not, and this is called the dispersive approximation of James Cumming Hamiltonian. And now you can see that you basically have two different resonant frequencies for the cavity, depending on the state of the qubit. And that is exactly what you probe now. You can probe the resonant frequency of the cavity to measure the state of the quantum system. So just to summarize, in order to manipulate the state of the qubit, you can send pulses at omega q. And in order to make a measurement, you send a pulse somewhere near omega r. So we'll now look more closely on the measurement itself and how it's done in practice. So the essential idea is that you have two resonances. And now here we're looking at what the response of such a resonator would look like if I send a probe microwave signal and look at the reflection coefficient of this oscillator. And it usually looks like a curve like this. And sort of, if you pay attention, there are no dissipative elements in this part of the circuit. So basically all the power comes back. There is no information in the magnitude typically, and you have to look at the phase to actually know about the resonance. So you have two different resonant curves, one for the ground state and one for the excited state. So the excited state is slightly lower. And then what you actually do is you send in microwaves at a tone, which is somewhere in the middle, so that this phase shift is maximum. And essentially, that's what you're measuring. You send in a microwave tone, and you either get one value of a phase shift or another value of a phase shift, depending on the state is 0 or 1. And that's exactly how you make a measurement. Just to sort of introduce some nomenclature, you're essentially looking at a sinusoidal signal, and you're looking at its amplitude and phase. So you can separate them into these quadratures, sine and cosine quadratures. So then the amplitude of those quadratures, which is basically a cos phi and a sine phi, are often they're called the quadrature amplitudes. And then you can basically display these 2 points, which represent the two situations, sort of as vectors on this IQ plane. The length of the vector tells you the magnitude of the signal which is present, and the relative phase between them tells you how much phase shift is here. If one sort of arranges this in a certain way, you can sort of see that only the Q quadrature actually has the information you're looking for. The I quadrature has the same projection, so it doesn't change between the two values. Okay, so the signal, the size of the signal is set by the phase shift. So obviously, the bigger the phase shift, the more information you can get, and also the drive amplitude. Because remember that I can always increase the amount of signal I'm sending, and if you make these vectors longer, the projections are also longer. So both of these quantities determine how much signal you're getting, and there is always this question that this typical power one uses at the temperatures at 10 millikelvin is very, very small. It's about like 1/10 of a femtowatt. So this signal cannot directly be detected using the typical equipment you might have at room temperature. So one needs to really amplify this. And typically one amplifies using several different stages of amplification to give you a total amplification of sometime like 10 to the 12, 10 to the 13 in power gain. And only then the signal is, sort of in this millivolt regime where you can handle them conveniently at room temperature. And this is one of the important challenges which first came about. And the reason the power has to be small is that if you put too much power, bad things start to happen. It's all these approximations break down. And this will actually be a point which will come about a little later as well. So one needs to really amplify them without adding too much noise. And fundamentally speaking, there is still a fundamental noise present here, which is essentially sort of the 0-point fluctuations of these oscillators, or you can just say this is basically the uncertainty in determining the quadrature states of a harmonic oscillator. And they will set the ultimate limit in what the noise floor will be. But can you reach that limit? That depends on how well you amplify the signals. And the answer is that yes, you can reach that limit, but you need to use the right kind of amplifiers. And those are called parametric amplifiers, which allow you to reach this so-called quantum limit of amplification. So just a very quick introduction to this idea. Essentially, if you have a Fabry-Poro cavity whose one of the mirrors can be modulated at twice the natural frequency by, say, moving the mirror, then this system actually amplifies any incoming signal within the line width of the cavity. So you send in some signal at omega 0, and it reflects back with gain. And basically, it's drawing energy from this pump signal, which is using for modulation. You can do that using a Joulson-Jerkin circuit by using these tunable inductors, which is 2 squids in a loop at the end of a transmission line resonator. And there are many variations of this. One can do that, but this is sort of one simplistic model. It's also possible to just again use a driven nonlinear oscillator. This time, this oscillator is more in the classical regime in the sense that there are now many levels within the potential well, as opposed to a few levels for the case of the qubit. So this is weakly nonlinear. And those kind of systems have these kind of, multi-valued response of the resonance as a function of frequency and drive strength. And the point just before they become sort of multi-valued, for example, this green curve and just before the red curve, if you go and bias there, they become extremely sensitive to perturbations. And essentially it turns out that if you look into the math, you get a very similar system like an effective harmonic oscillator whose frequency is being modulated at twice its natural frequency. So that also allows you to use parametric amplifiers. And these are the kind of amplifiers we use in our lab, and it's also used around the world. And a lot of my PhD and postdoc work was related to using these amplifiers and development of amplifiers. Now, there are 2 basic problems these kind of systems face. One is that they have a limited bandwidth. They're oscillators, they have a natural line width, or we can tune their line width, and that determines how much signal they can amplify. They also turned out that they have a limited signal handling capacity. This basically means that if you put too much signal, they get saturated. All amplifiers have this property, they have a saturation point, but these amplifiers particularly can only handle very low power. Turns out it's enough to handle maybe the signal associated with a single qubit, but if you want to do some multi-qubit measurements, then it could be tricky. So there have been various solutions for solving these problems, like developing transmission line-based, nonlinear transmission line-based amplifiers, and also designing more complicated Joulson junction-based circuits where you can actually play around with the exact nonlinearity, and that allows you to sort of push the capacity of these amplifiers to handle more signal. Okay, so one such work which we did now almost 5 years ago was coming up with a very simple microwave engineering trick to enhance the amplifiers of this simple nonlinear resonator type system. As essentially the idea here is that if you increase the gain of these systems, the bandwidth shrinks. So this gain bandwidth product is typically conserved. So instead of suffering from that, we introduced a special kind of impedance transformer in the middle that allowed us to sort of make the roll-off of the gain somewhat slower, and that allowed us to increase the bandwidth. Essentially, it's sort of an impedance matching problem, and we were able to do it with a very simple circuit, which actually just looks like a series LC oscillator, or when implemented with transmission lines, it has 2 aspects. One which is a λ/4 section, and one is a λ/2 section. And this allows it to control the natural coupling of the resonator to the environment. So the kappa can be controlled using the λ/4 part, and the cancellation of the roll-off can be taken care of by this λ/2 part. And this is actually how the device looks like. This is the original nonlinear resonator, and this was just made on a circuit board where you have a λ/4 and a λ/2 section right next to each other. And using this, we were able to show that we are able to get a gain over of about 20 dB, which is the typical number you need. So this is a power gain of 100 over a bandwidth of about 600 or so megahertz. And while doing that, we were able to show that the noise of this amplifier remains at the quantum Lois limit. So if you use this, it's going to add the minimum possible noise allowed by quantum mechanics. And we are able to get a saturation power. So this is when the gain of the amplifier drops by 1 dB. It's often called the 1 dB compression point of about minus 110 dBm. This was about a factor of 100 improvement over the state of the art at that time for these kind of amplifiers. So it really helps in all the respects. The bandwidth is improved, the noise is maintained, and you get sufficient capacity to handle a lot of signals. And using this type of an amplifier, more recently, we showed that we can now measure 4 qubit cavity systems. So essentially, these are 4 identical systems like the one I showed you before, but they are multiplexed in such a way that a single feed line can excite all the 4 cavities. Obviously, the cavities have to be positioned at different frequencies so that we can address them. So you can see the 4 different resonant frequencies and how they fit within the bandwidth of this amplifier. So in this case, the amplifier had about 400 megahertz of bandwidth. And we were able to detect all of these qubits at the same time, which is called a multiplex readout, which means the amplifier could handle sufficient amount of power before it got saturated. So here are the actual results of the measurements. What you are seeing are the distribution of the measurement results when the qubit is in the ground state, which is this triangles, the solid triangles, and the open squares are the one with the when the qubit is prepared in the excited state. Please note that this is a log plot. And so these are Gaussians, which look like parabolas in the log scale. And essentially, the fact that these are well separated tells you that I'm able to do a good job of doing a projective measurement, a fast projective measurement with very little error. And the error essentially is basically the overlap of this curve on that side and the overlap of this curve on this side. So these are the the ones we mistake zeros as 1 and ones as zeros. And again, this is a log plot, so these are very small numbers. So the fidelity is just 1 minus the average of the errors. So we got 98% approximately for all of the 4, which is sort of quite good for these kind of systems. If we measured them one at a time, so that we wanted to check if the amplifier was getting saturated, we got a modest improvement. So this is not doing too badly. Okay, so we actually then did look at the gain to see if there was actually any saturation going on, and we could see that when all the cavities were off, basically no measurement signal was being sent in. The gain is this orange curve here, which is at the top, and then as we slowly turned on the cavities, the gain dropped a little bit. But in this case, it was not bad enough that it caused any change in the signal to noise ratio. But this is a typical problem of what I was mentioning earlier, that the gain will start dropping because it just cannot handle more signal. And there are various reasons for doing that, and this all relates to how the nonlinearity is engineered. So one of the recent works in the last few years was actually a development of a new type of a circuit which used multiple junctions to sort of tailor the nonlinearity. Essentially, you're just playing around with these different nonlinear elements and the flux flowing through it to get sort of a different nonlinear expansion for your effective circuit element. In this case, they called it a SNAIL, which stands for superconducting nonlinear asymmetric inductive element. And there, by applying the right amount of flux and tuning it, you could turn off certain nonlinear terms and turn on the other ones. And that helped you to control the nonlinearity and improve the performance. And we basically used this circuit in our idea of this impedance engineering the bandwidth, and we made a device, and we were able to show that we could get about 3x improvement in the bandwidth, and again low noise, and another factor of 10 improvement in the 1 dB compression point. If you remember, in your previous design, we had minus 110 dBm. Now it had moved up to another minus 100 dBm. And there's more work going on in optimizing devices to push the bandwidth even higher. There are some challenges here because of the using a different kind of a circuit element, that we could not get a much larger bandwidth like 600 megahertz or 400 megahertz. But this bandwidth enhancement was still due to the impedance transformer design, which we had developed before that. So this is still ongoing work. And the last part of the talk, I wanted to come back to this issue. In fact, let me go back here and show you these measurement histograms. One of the big problems here, if you have noticed, is that these curves don't just look like these inverted parabolas. They have these little bumps here. Now, these bumps are sort of the bad things which are happening, right? The width of the histogram is just a signal to noise ratio, that there is a certain distribution of your measurement results, which is given by the signal to noise ratio. But these bumps are related to two things. One is, of course, spontaneous emission, because the qubit in the excited state, which is the right side histogram, can decay into the ground state, and that's why you see this bump. This happens depending on how long you're integrating your signal. The qubit could decay because of the finite lifetime, and that is something you can only improve if you increase the lifetime of your qubit. But you also see that the ground state one also has a little bump here. It's of differing magnitudes here, here, and here, and this is basically where the qubit is going from the ground state into the excited state. Now, ideally, that Hamiltonian in the dispersive regime should not allow these processes. Like the qubit cannot exchange energy with the photons in the cavity because they're detuned. But it turns out that that's only an approximation, so it does happen. And that often sets the limit of how much power you can put in, because otherwise it's actually obvious to see that I could put arbitrary amount of power, then I could get arbitrary amount of signal to noise ratio, provided of course my following amplifiers don't get saturated. But then I don't probably even need this superconducting parametric amplifiers. I could just use conventional amplifiers and just put a lot of power. But unfortunately, those Hamiltonian approximations then no longer work at these higher powers. So a new type of a design, which still gives you effectively the same Hamiltonian, which now looks like this. So you can see there is now a linear oscillator here in the blue, and then the qubit is sort of drawn slightly differently. There are still 2 junctions in a loop, and then the 2 capacitors. So you can see. You really have to think about them as different normal modes of this circuit. One normal mode is associated with these 2 terminals, and the other normal mode is associated with this terminal with respect to the average of these 2. So these are the normal coordinates, and one writes down the Hamiltonian of this circuit, you get exactly the same Hamiltonian, in the sense that you have a weakly nonlinear oscillator for your qubit, which is the transmon qubit, and then you have a harmonic oscillator, which of course has a nonlinear term, but this nonlinear term is derived from the presence of this junction, but that's very, very weak. And then you have this kind of a term, which gives you the same effect, that the oscillation frequency now depends on the state of the qubit. So the final result of this circuit in terms of the Hamiltonian you have observed is exactly identical to the Hamiltonian I showed you, which comes out of the dispersive approximation of the Jaynes-Cumming Hamiltonian. However, the level of approximation which has to be done is different. And this seems to be interesting. And a very similar device was analyzed where this linear inductor was made with a junction array of Josephson junctions earlier this year, and they also saw similar results. So the essential idea now is that we now wanted to look at this device and measure the histograms. And the important point to note here is this, that this was measured without the use of the parametric amplifiers. That is the one really ultra low noise amplifier, which was essential for getting the high signal to noise ratio earlier. In this case, we were able to get something close to that. So earlier the numbers were about 98, 99%, and now we got about 97% without the use of the special amplifier. And this directly tells us that, okay, this must mean that we're able to put more power because the fundamental noise floor is still the same. And still, we are able to minimize these additional bumps in this device. So this was really an exciting development. And the other paper I mentioned, they had also seen something similar. So we wanted to look at this in more detail. And this is ongoing work. And here are some numbers that what was the integration time, how much power we put in, and how many photons it corresponds to into the thing. And the signal to noise ratio was high enough that we could see spontaneous jumps of the quantum state. And this has never been possible before without using these ultra low noise amplifiers. So we were able to see that. So we were actually super excited. We said, hey, if it's 97% without using this ultra low noise amplifier, what's going to happen if you now use the ultra low noise amplifier? And it did improve, but not so much. It went from something like 97.8 to about 98.8. This was the best fidelity we could obtain. And it didn't improve further. So this was kind of disappointing, but at the same time, we understood that actually the signal to noise ratio is not the limiting factor. The limiting factor are these bad state transfers when the 0 goes to 1 and the 1 goes to 0. So while this data, we were able to get 98.8 at a lower power. So it was minus 128 dBm, corresponding to about half the amount of photons and a smaller integration time. We couldn't make it better beyond this. So if you compare this here, this was 26 photons and 800 nanoseconds of integration time. And that's where we got the best fidelity. So this allowed us to say that, okay, this is doing better, but overall, we have not sort of improved this number 98% significantly. And you can see that the signal to noise ratio has improved. So here, this lower number is sort of just cutting off these bumps and seeing that, okay, if there were no bumps, how much overlap or error you would get. And that's this number here. So this is sort of the intrinsic SNR fidelity. And that went up from 99.7 to 99.9. So that already tells you that the signal to noise ratio is high enough, and the errors are basically what is causing this problem. So if you now compare these two things, so I put the two circuits side by side. So here is the new circuit and here is the old circuit. This one has sort of inductive coupling between the qubit and the cavity. This one has a capacitive coupling between the qubit and the cavity. There's something called the Purcell effect, which is basically how much of the dissipation seen by the cavity, because the cavity is the one which is connected to the environment, is seen by the qubit. In this case, you have a filtering effect, which because of the two different frequencies, which protects the qubit. And in this case, you actually have a symmetry effect, because the normal mode of the qubit is actually orthogonal to the normal mode of the cavity. So the Purcell effect ideally doesn't exist. So that also has an advantage in terms of improving the lifetime of a qubit in this design. The amount of phase shift one expects, or this dispersive shift, which is the frequency change due to the change in qubit, is dependent on the detuning, because if you have larger detuning, then the effect is weaker. But in this case, you can always engineer the frequencies and the dispersive shift independently. So that also gives you some freedom in this new design. And of course, the final Hamiltonian after the dispersive approximation looks the same, but one comes from a slightly more direct step, that it intrinsically has that form, whereas this one has to go through several layers of approximation before it comes here. And this is essentially where we are, and we have been focusing on the theory of, can we show that fundamentally this Hamiltonian is more prone to these bad intermixing of qubit states as opposed to this Hamiltonian. And preliminary theoretical simulation seems to suggest that that is the case. We are now doing more extensive simulations to really get quantitative agreement and to understand why this is better, and then how to make this one even better. There's one catch here, which is this aspect that the nature of coupling being completely different. It's only true if these two junctions are identical, which in a real device is actually not possible. And the moment they become asymmetric, it starts getting this term showing up a little bit. And we currently believe that that leftover term, which is here, might actually be the reason why this still suffers from that problem. So we are now studying this device as a function of the asymmetry, and that's actually experiments being done by Kishore Salunke in my group, and Suman Kundu was the one who did the previous set of experiments with the data. Okay, so with that, I will end my talk, and basically just wanted to say that these superconducting qubits are really good platform for both practical applications like doing quantum computing, but there's also a really nice test bed for doing quantum measurements and understanding these different systems. And params are very crucial for getting this ultra low noise performance. But if we can change the design of the qubits and make them more inherently resistant to these sort of interstate mixing, then you might be able to get away with that. And that can have a significant reduction in the resources needed for doing quantum computing. So with that, let me thank you all, and I will take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, for a very clear talk. Now the audience can ask the questions. You can raise your hand and then ask. Yeah, there's a question from Vinay Tripathi. Vinay, you can go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Professor Vijay. Thanks a lot for the beautiful talk. One question, I think, related to your second last slide. If you could go to your slides again.
Sure. Share that. Second last slide, which is the comparison one.
Yeah, right. That's true.
Yeah, there you go.
So the new circuit that you have on the left, you said something about the asymmetry between the junctions, and that might be the reason that creating like more error. Did you think of like using like tunable, like sort of combination of two Josephson junctions and make them tunable to make the asymmetry go away?
This is exactly no, that's an excellent suggestion, but that's exactly the experiment we are trying right now. Is that by fabrication, making these two junctions identical is nearly impossible.
Yeah,
so what we are doing right now is we have replaced one of the junctions with the squid.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
And
yeah, right.
then, it's still tricky because in order to operate in the regime we would like, we need to operate at integer flux quantum in this big loop, which is composed of the linear inductor and the two junctions. So that means that in order to go change the flux in the small loop, I cannot change by any arbitrary amount. I have to go in integer steps in the big one. And then I just get some discrete steps, but that is still okay. By making the loop size of the two loops, quite different, I can get sufficiently small resolution. And this is exactly the experiment which is going on in our lab right now. And we're trying to see if the asymmetry, as the asymmetry changes, do we see more or less mixing of these states? And then does that allow us to at least give a very clear picture of why these things happen, and then we can suppress them.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other question? There are many students in the audience. I will encourage them to ask any question.
Yeah, feel free to ask, even if you have not understood any basic ideas as well. That is happy to.
So that doesn't seem to be the case. So we thank you again, Dr. Vijayaraghavan, for your talk.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
I also thank all the speakers who previously spoke in this session. Thank you all. So we close this session now. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Are you around?
Hi, sir. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Good to see so many Aizer Mohali students giving talks. I heard Kishore and now it is you. And today we have Shruti, then Demalya, then Harpreet. And the youngest one will be Rishabh, who will speak on day after tomorrow, last talk.
Oh, that is so cool.
And of course, the Soumyakanti was there. So a good number of, well, several undergrads. Vikesh also is speaking.
Yes, Vikesh is also speaking.
I was joking that in a couple of years, we can do an entire conference in quantum information of people coming out of Aizer Mohali.
Looks that way. How have you been, sir, otherwise?
Your audio is a bit low, so you may have to.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it better now?
To the mic.
Is it better now?
Better.
Oh, okay. Well, normally it's quite good. Okay, let me check. It's good that we found a problem.
No, I just heard the previous talks. Compared to that, the audio is low.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to fix it. Okay, is it better now? Or?
Yeah, this is a little better, yes.
Okay. I think the level was a little low. I hope it's okay.
Now it's fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for pointing it out. So how have you been? It's been a while.
Yeah, we'll chat. There are many people here now, so I've been fine. Yeah.
Okay. That was just a quick question. Yes, indeed.
Maybe you can share your screen, Atul, by the time the chair comes and starts. That also you can test whether the screen sharing is going.
Okay, it says host disabled participant screen sharing. So I think they'll have to do something before I can start sharing my screen.
So this the host must have heard. So host is, I think, is Karan.
Just try now.
Okay. Thank you.
I can see just.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right. Do you see the screen?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Is Kamal logged in? Jaskaran, is Kamal logged in? He's chairing this session.
Not yet, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Arvind? Arvind?
Yes.
I'm not able to reach Kamal. Since it's Atul and then Shruti and then Ishdhan, can you chair the session? Hello?
I can start the session, and if it comes, then you can take over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can start the session, and if Kamal comes, he can take from the next talk.
Yeah, that will be good.
All right. So I think it's kind of time. Yeah, it's exactly the time, 7:15. So then I welcome you all to this session of QFTA 20. It's a pleasure to introduce Atul Singh Arora. Atul Singh Arora did his BSMS here and worked for his 5th year project in quantum information, and later on went to Europe, did his PhD, and now is a postdoc. And he is going to talk about quantum coin flipping, where weakness is a virtue. I like the title, and I look forward to his talk. Atul Singh Arora.
Thank you so much, sir, for the kind introduction. Okay, so if you guys have any question, let me say it at the beginning, please feel free to interrupt me while I'm speaking so that things are clear. And okay, so let's
Normal
start.
format in online is that there is an end. So we'll keep the questions to the end, otherwise it becomes tricky in an online talk.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of the format here. Okay.
For example,
so,
when I spoke, you got confused. So this is what happened. So there is a lag, and therefore it's better to have the question.
Okay, thank you. Right, so yeah, unfortunately, then you'll have to hold your questions until the end. Right, so good evening, and I don't know, whatever different time zones people are in. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm very happy to be here. And I'm excited to present the research I conducted in the past 4 years during my PhD. And it would not have been possible without the ingenious contributions of my co-authors. So that is Stéphane Weiss, Chrysula Vlachou, who is a dear friend, and Jeremy Roland, who is my supervisor. Okay, and as you might have guessed, I'm going to talk about quantum coin flipping. So, oopsie. Okay, yeah, it's working. Sorry.
Atul,
right. So,
one more small feedback. If you can push the laptop screen towards you, we can see only half of your face.
Okay. Is this better? Thank you so much.
That's it.
Okay, perfect. I'm so sorry. Yes. Okay, so the plan is to give progressively deeper descriptions of the work, and I'll start with a 4-slide summary, and then I'll get into more details. So imagine Alice is in Brussels and Bob is in Delhi, Brussels, because I did my PhD there. So, and now travel has been restricted, and for some reason they want to flip a coin by exchanging messages. That is, once they have exchanged the messages, they both should be convinced that the outcome is heads, for example. Bob says, this is easy. I'll flip a coin and tell you the answer. Alice, seemingly convinced at first, cries foul. That is convenient, isn't it? How do I know you're not lying? She retorts. So for concreteness, let us suppose that heads means Alice gets to keep a disputed object, such as a fancy car. The problem of deciding who gets to keep the car, or more generally, agreeing on a random bit without trusting the other player, is called coin flipping. It is not hard to imagine that both Alice and Bob want the car. That is, so suppose that Alice cheats, then she will try to convince Bob that the outcome is heads, for example. And if Bob cheats, he'll try to convince Alice that the outcome is tails, that is, Bob won. So if we do make this extra assumption, then the problem is called weak coin flipping. Okay, and why this is actually an assumption is for the following reason. So it is conceivable that Bob has decided to forego petrol burning vehicles altogether, but Alice is unaware of this. She doesn't want to give Bob the satisfaction either ways. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Okay, since I'm not allowed to get any feedback. Okay, right. So now that we have defined the coin flipping problem as two people who exchange messages to agree on a heads or tails at random, we can proceed further. A scheme that tells Alice and Bob how to exchange messages to solve the coin flipping problem is called a coin flipping protocol. But obviously, different protocols will offer different levels of security. So remember the protocol that Bob proposed, where he flips a coin and declares the outcome. That was a bad protocol. So the figure of merit of a coin flipping protocol is given by a number epsilon, which is known as the bias of the protocol. It captures how much a cheating player can bias the outcome towards their desired value. So a 0 means that a protocol is secure, and a half means that the protocol is completely insecure. And why a half, we'll see later. Okay, so consider any protocol where classical messages are exchanged. That is, the messages don't use any quantum to implement coin flipping. It has been shown that for all such protocols, the bias must be half. That is, they must be completely insecure. And this is true of both strong and weak coin flipping. But what happens if the messages are quantum? So in this case, the bias has a more interesting story. For strong coin flipping, a genius hailing from Russia called Alexei Kitaev proved that the bias must be lower bounded by a fixed number, which is approximately 0.207. This means that perfect or even near perfect strong coin flipping is impossible. The best known explicit protocol, on the other hand, has a bias of a quarter. As for weak coin flipping, by building upon the work of Kitaev, Moshe announced a breakthrough result in 2007. He showed that weak coin flipping protocols with vanishing bias really do exist. The arrow next to epsilon indicates that the bias can be made as close to 0 as one wishes, although not exactly 0. However, his proof was non-constructive. This means that Moshe knew a protocol existed, but he just didn't know what it was. The best known explicit protocol for weak coin flipping has a bias of 1/6. So as you might have guessed, our contribution was to close this gap. We constructed weak coin flipping protocols that approach 0 bias. This completes a 4-slide overview of my contribution, or our contributions to be correct, over the last 4 years. Right. So now let's revisit everything in a little bit more detail. So, okay, so this slide is basically intended to show that the usual setting we consider in cryptography, one of the common settings we consider is basically where Alice and Bob trust each other and they are protecting their communication against an eavesdropper. So for example, one can use RSA crypto system, which is I think still used, and it was broken because quantum computers can solve factoring, and factoring is what made them secure in the first place. And another way of doing secure communication was to use pre-shared keys, right? And this notion of, I'm going to skip a lot of these things, so don't worry, it's by design. So the pre-shared keys, we know that we can do in quantum mechanics using what is called quantum key distribution. And the basic idea is actually quite old. It's from this famous article, the BB84 protocol. And we know that this can be done. What I wanted to emphasize here, and that's the only important thing in this slide, is that here both players trust each other. There is another setting where the players do not trust each other. And this more general setting, well, not more general, this different setting in its most general form is called two-party secure computation. Okay, so we don't want to get into the details here, but the idea is that there are two players who want to do something without trusting each other. And as with any problem that is studied, people try to reduce this to its simplest form. And this simplest form is sometimes called oblivious transfer. And it is a cryptographic primitive. And I'm not going to define exactly what it is, but I'll just say that it is equivalent. So even though the problem of oblivious transfer seems much simpler than secure two-party computation, it is actually equivalent. So we do not lose any generality. And then something even weaker than oblivious transfer is called bit commitment. So that is to say, if you can do oblivious transfer, you can do OT, you can do bit commitment, but not the other way. At least that's what the case was classically. Quantumly, it was found that one can actually do from bit commitment to what one can do oblivious transfer using bit commitment. Again, I'm not defining bit commitment. It's not very important, but this is just to give the global perspective. Right. So, but that's as far as quantum took us, because it was shown that bit commitment itself is quantumly impossible. That is, you cannot do it perfectly or close to perfect. Right. So then people started wondering, okay, is there something even weaker than we could maybe do perfectly with quantum mechanics? And coin flipping was one such candidate. But then, as we already saw, this was impossible, right? Kitaev showed that epsilon has to have a certain value and it cannot be made arbitrarily close to 0. So this was ruled out. And then the question was, what about something which is even weaker? So you see where I'm going with this, and that would be weak coin flipping. And this last thing, as I already mentioned, is possible, but we do not know the protocol. Right? So this is the overall global picture of why we're interested in weak coin flipping. Okay. So now let's look at weak coin flipping in a little bit more detail. So we call a player honest if he follows the protocol or if they follow the protocol exactly. So suppose Alice and Bob are the two players and they're both honest. In this case, we want the protocol to be such that the outcome is half and half. The probability of getting each outcome is half and half. So heads and tails occur with equal probability. If Alice cheats and Bob is honest, in this case, we want the protocol to be such that it protects the honest player, which is Bob in this case. However, since Alice is cheating, she can bias. So we want to minimize how much Alice can bias. And similarly, when Alice is honest and Bob is cheating, we want to protect Alice from a cheating Bob who's trying to bias the outcome. And of course, when both players are cheating, nobody's actually following the protocol. So this sort of becomes a game theory-like concept, which we do not explore. And I don't think it actually has been explored in the literature. Okay, so let me just quickly define what a bias of a protocol is supposed to mean. So we say that a protocol has a bias epsilon if the cheating player, any cheating player cannot force their desired outcome with a probability more than half plus epsilon. So epsilon then becomes the bias. Okay, so we'll see an example and things would hopefully become clear. But before this, let's specialize to weak coin flipping. So what I said was generally true for all coin flipping. Now this is just for weak coin flipping, and I want to introduce some notation. So recall that weak coin flipping is where people, the players have opposite preferences. And Alice and Bob, when they're both honest, we denote their probabilities of winning by P and PB. When Alice is cheating and Bob is honest, we denote it by P star A and the probability that Alice wins, the cheating player, and Bob is 1 minus P star A by probability conservation. And similarly for when Bob is cheating and Alice is honest. So now in terms of P star A and P star B, we can define epsilon to be such that it's the smallest half plus epsilon, such that both P star A and P star B are bounded. And it's quite easy to see that epsilon is between 0 and half. And this is why in the beginning we had a half. Okay, I hope I'm being clear. Right. So now let's actually consider a concrete protocol. So the one that I mentioned at the beginning, where Alice just flips a coin and declares the outcome. Okay, so that is the protocol. So in this case, let's try to fill in this table just to get some intuition on what the problem is, how we actually assign values to these variables. So in the case where both are honest and we assume the coin is fair, then Alice is just going to flip a coin and declare the outcome. Okay, so in what I said earlier was that Bob is going to flip a coin and declare the outcome, but now the roles are reversed. So I apologize. I should have probably kept it consistent. Right. So if Alice flips a coin and declares the outcome and the coin is fair, then the probability that Alice and Bob win up, well, it's half. It's nothing very, very deep. What about if Bob is honest and Alice is cheating? Well, since Alice is supposed to flip a coin and she's cheating, then she can just say the outcome was Alice, right? That she won. So P star A is 1 and the probability of Bob winning is 0. What about the other way? Like when Bob is cheating and Alice is honest? Well, Bob didn't actually play any role in the protocol earlier, right? It was just Alice who was just flipping a coin and declaring the outcome. So the probability that Alice wins is going to be half because she'll honestly flip the coin, and the probability of Bob winning would be half, even though Bob is cheating. So what I'm saying here is that it's quite easy to construct protocols that protect one player, but it's very non-trivial to construct protocols where both players are protected. Okay. So the bias in this case, as one can easily see, since P star A is 1, the bias has to be half, right? Because it has to bound both P star A and P star B. Okay, so I hope that was clear. It was good to just spend a little time on the problem. Now let me define 3 equivalent formalisms which were introduced by Kitaev, and then I'll try to say a little bit more in one of them so that things become clear. Okay, so these 3 are called the protocol. That's like the usual formalism of quantum mechanics, using semi-definite programming for the bias, and we'll see this. Then there's something called a time-dependent point game, and then there's something called a time-independent point game. One can go from a protocol to a time-dependent point game, and from a time-dependent point game to a time-independent point game constructively. Even backwards one can go one step, but this last step is non-constructive, and this is highly non-trivial. Even observing this was very non-trivial, and it's because of this that the whole procedure is the way it is. That is, we know that the protocol exists because we know it in one of the last frameworks, but we don't know, formalism, but we don't know how to get back to the protocol. And that has been essentially the focus of our work here. Okay, so let me start with the protocol. And okay, so a protocol is basically, so any coin flipping protocol essentially can be cast in this form where there are 3 registers, the Alice register, the message register, and the Bob register. And what happens is that Alice applies a unitary on her register and the message register, and then she sends the message register to Bob. Bob takes the message register, applies a unitary to the message register and his local register, and this process continues, and they make a measurement in the end. And the result of the measurement is supposed to decide the outcome of the protocol, whether it was a heads or a tails. Right. So the variables involved are usual quantum mechanical objects. So these are density matrices and unitary matrices. And the way we define the bias is by using two STPs. So STPs are semi-definite programs. If you don't know, it's okay. We don't really get into too much detail here. And what we are saying at the intuitive level is basically just this, that P star A is basically saying that you assume that Alice is following the protocol honestly, and Bob is allowed to do whatever. And so therefore you just maximize the probability that when Bob follows, wait, I'm sorry, I got this wrong. Let me rephrase. So P star A is the probability that Alice is cheating and how much the probability with which she can win, right? She can convince Bob that the outcome is that Alice won. So this one can cast as an SDP. And what we are saying is that we assume that Bob is following the protocol honestly, and you optimize over all possible cheating strategies that Alice could possibly have played, right? So this gives you the definition of P star A. Similarly, one can define another SDP for P star B. Now, one can use STP duality. Again, if you're not familiar, it's not a big problem. But for those of you who are, we just use STP duality to convert the maximization problem into a minimization problem. And thereby, we actually get an upper bound on the cheating probabilities, because a feasible solution to the dual gives us an upper bound on the primal optimal, the primal problem, if you're maximizing. Okay, so I hope that this was like a very quick tour and it's kind of clear. Yeah. Okay. If you have a very pressing question, maybe you can like leave it in the chat or something, and I'll get to it. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Like if you have a question, just leave it in the chat, and I'll try to make sure that it's clear. Okay, time-dependent point game is the next formalism, and here what we're doing is we start with, so the formalism is as follows. So you start with 2 points with equal weight. So you start with points at 0, 1, and 1, 0, and the weights are half and half. And at consecutive, and you have to end with a single point. So with some coordinate beta alpha, for example, okay? And the weight has to be 1 on this. So as you can see, the weight is essentially conserved. And the claim is that if you follow certain rules for moving these points, which are quite simple to state, and I'll get to them in a moment, then the final point of this game is going to basically say that there exists a time-dependent point game, that there exists an explicit protocol such that P star A and P star B are going to be bounded by alpha and beta. And I shouldn't have said explicit. There exists a protocol. We don't know the protocol a priori, but we know that there should exist a protocol such that P star A and P star B, that is the performance of the protocol, is bounded by alpha and beta. So it's at least as good as this. Okay, and the way this is done is by using something called operator monotone functions. And these are essentially generalizations of monotone functions, which, yeah, 2 matrices, right? So monotone functions is, so if x is greater than y, then fx is greater than fy. So operator monotones are when you replace x and y with matrices, you require the same property, and they have some very nice characterizations, which is what leads to all of this formalism. Okay, so the rule that I mentioned, let me give you some special cases of the rule. So the first case is that you can take a bunch of points and take their average location and put all the points at that location. This is called a merge. So you're taking a bunch of points and sending them to a single point. So that's a merge. A split is when you have a single point and you split it into multiple points. And here you have to preserve the harmonic average. So 1 over the coordinate. So the average of this you have to conserve. And finally, there's the raise, right? So a raise is basically you take a coordinate and you can always increase it. And remember, the coordinate is actually upper bounding the cheating probability. So you do not want to raise, because when you raise, you're losing out on this. So you want to minimize the number of raises you have. Okay, and more generally, if you have a bunch of points along, say, the x-axis, and you have some other set of points along the y-axis, then what you require is this, sorry, what am I doing? Shoot, okay, forgive me, right. So if you have, say, for example, 3 points with coordinates xg1 to xg3 and pg1 to pg3 are the weights, and they're going to some other weights and coordinates, then if they satisfy these simple conditions for each lambda, so there's essentially an infinite number of conditions, but if they satisfy these conditions, then we know that you're allowed to make this move. Okay, so now let's quickly apply these and see what we can do. So if you, for example, start with just this frame, right? You can see my mouse pointer, I hope. Okay, I hope you can. If you can't, leave a message in the chat and I'll try to find another way of pointing. Okay,
Yeah,
so we start.
The mouse pointer is visible, little faint though, but I think if you move it slowly, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. So if you have, so we have 2 points, right? So we said that the start frame has to be such that one point is at 1, 0, the other is at 0, 1, and each has a weight half. Now we can use arrays because we are allowed to move points only along a line, which I should have mentioned earlier, but okay, so that's another rule, yeah? Or you can only move points along a line. So therefore there's only either the X coordinate or the Y coordinate you can use. So if you raise the coordinate here, you get a half, right? So you can align it. And now we can use the merge to put these 2 points together. And then we have the final configuration that is required of the game, right? So you have a single point with all the weight. And the coordinate of this is going to be 1.5. So it should kind of be intuitive. I mean, this should look familiar, I'm sorry. And it is familiar because it's essentially the flip and declare protocol that we had in the beginning, right? Because one player can cheat with certainty with probability 1, and the other can cheat with at most half probability. Okay, so we didn't do much, but we actually saw that things are kind of consistent. So we constructed something trivial, but we can make something very non-trivial by using the split, because that's one thing we did not use. So let's see how one could actually use a split. So the way we use a split is, one possibility is that you split the first point along the axis before doing the raise, and then you raise the point so that you match with this point over here on the y-axis, and then you merge those 2 points and you get another point. And you can choose the weights wisely so that these last 2 points actually align and you can merge them. Okay, and it turns out that you can actually get these two 1/√2 and 1/√2. And congratulations, you have a PRL. So in just a few pictures, the formalism is so powerful that you can actually construct this protocol, which was published as a PRL article or PRL letter, maybe, I don't know, in 2002. Of course, it was done without the framework, so it was done a little bit more in a different way, but okay, so that's the power of the formalism. And one could obviously ask, yeah, okay, I'm going to skip this because of time. One could obviously ask what happens if you do more splits, right? So if one split could get us this close, what happens if you use more splits? And the answer is the following. You can actually, in the limit of having infinite splits, you can get as close to, so the bias can be made as small as 1/6, and that's it. You cannot actually get much lower than this. Not much. I mean, there's no construction which is known. I think one can even show that it's not possible to go lower than 1/6 by just using merge, splits, and raises. And this is the current best known protocol. Well, was the current best known protocol from 2005. So you can see it's been difficult to make progress on this. So that was the time dependent point game formalism. Then there's the time independent point game formalism. So this I state very quickly, but because the key idea is that you allow negative weights, and you construct these functions h and v such that when you add them, they are the same as the final frame minus the initial frame. So instead of having a sequence, you can have just 2 functions, which if you add, they essentially become the same as the final frame minus the initial frame. Okay, and the nice thing here is that, as you can see, instead of worrying about a sequence of frames, you just have to construct 2 functions. And I know it would probably not be very clear. It takes more time to actually fully state all the results I'm saying, but the only thing that's important here that I'm trying to convey is that instead of considering a sequence of frames, which is a cumbersome thing to do, you have to just construct 2 functions, right, which satisfy similar conditions to the ones I mentioned earlier. And if you can do this, then the claim is that for every time independent point game, which is which are essentially these 2 functions, you can construct a time dependent point game with essentially the same last frame, which is to say that you also have a protocol with essentially the same bias as the last coordinate. Okay, and the technique that's used is called a catalyst state. Of course, I don't have too much time, so I'll not go into it. Why I mention all of this is basically because in this last framework is where Moshe constructed a family of time-independent point games that yield a bias of epsilon, which is equal to 1/4k plus 2. And the bias epsilon, remember, is coming from the coordinate of the final point. Okay, and the game looks something like this, where k is encoding the number of points in this construction. So this is what he calls a ladder, and the number of points in the ladder is encoded by k, well, 2k if you like. But yeah, so this is the thing, and this construction is valid for an arbitrary k. So you can make the k make k as large as you want, and thereby make epsilon arbitrarily close to 0. And it's also nice to see that this construction actually generalizes the dib-dib-boom protocol, the one that we saw in the limit of infinite splits gives a 1/6. So this you obtain as a special case for k equal to 1. Okay, and the technique he uses is basically just polynomials, and it's just amazing how all of this works. Okay, so that was the time independent point game. And now, of course, as I already told you, that this last little step is non-constructive, and which is what I want to focus on a little bit. in the last few minutes that I have left. Okay, so let me quickly state my contributions. So the basic contributions we made, I think 3 or 4, I don't know how I've listed them. So one of the main things we did was that we introduced a framework for converting a time-dependent point game into an explicit protocol by essentially allowing projectors. So this is getting a little bit more technical, but we introduced measurements in some form, which made the description a little bit easier. And using this fact, we were able to convert the epsilon, so for k equal to 2, right? So k equal to 1, epsilon was 1 by 6, k equal to 2, epsilon is 1 by 10. So we were able to take one of these point games, so with k equal to 2, and convert it into an explicit protocol using this simplified framework. But the thing is that we actually had to make a suitable guess, and we had to use perturbation theory and so on. So it was not a method that actually generalized very easily. So to remedy this, we ended up finding analytic solutions, which give us exact protocols for any arbitrary k. And this was basically inspired by what I'm going to tell you in the next point, which we call the EMA algorithm. And we were also able to then leave geometry, which is how we got the solution, and express it entirely in algebraic terms, and that simplified the whole thing. And the last thing, as I said, is the EMA algorithm, which is, I'm sorry for this. Right. So the EMA algorithm is basically a numerical algorithm, and this can convert the unitaries needed for converting any point game into an explicit protocol. So the analytic solution, I must mention, was specific to the point games that Moshon gave, and the EMA algorithm works for any point game. So any point game that you can find, you can actually convert it into an explicit protocol, but it's just numerical. Okay. So I think I have about 5 minutes. So I will maybe just focus on one of these things, and then I'll call it a day. Right. So let me just say what the TEF was supposed to be. So suppose you have some points at xg1 and xg2 position with weights pg1, pg2, and you put them to a new position, which is xh1 and xh2. So this is like in some sequence of, in the time-dependent point game, you look at 2 consecutive frames, and this is what they look like, for example. So what TEF basically says is that this in the actual protocol corresponds to doing the following. So you apply a unitary, which is like a standard swap unitary. So Bob applies it with the message register, and then Alice applies a non-trivial unitary because the movement is along the x-axis. So that corresponds to Alice doing things. And in the last, you again do some kind of a swap. And the claim is that you construct these objects as follows. So you create, using the coordinates of the final frame, a diagonal matrix xh, and you create, using the coordinates of the initial points, a diagonal matrix xg. And in V, you encode the weights of the initial points, and in W, you encode the weights of the final points. Okay, so this is xh, xg, V, and W. And the claim is that if you can find a unitary which is such that uv is W, so the weights go to the appropriate weights, and you have this matrix inequality which is satisfied. So you have xh has to be greater than this. EH is a projector on the H space. UXG, U dagger is, so XG is the diagonal matrix, and you apply this unitary, and you apply the projector. If you can actually satisfy these 2 conditions, that's all I'm saying, then you can actually convert these 2 steps, this one step, going from one frame to the next, into one step of the actual protocol, okay? And if you can do it for all consecutive frames, then you're essentially done. Then you actually have a protocol. And of course, the difficulty is finding this U, right? Because you have this strange matrix inequality and you don't know how to find the U. Okay, so one thing that we did at the beginning is we said that for a very simple case where, for example, the simple moves that we had, the split, merge, and the raise is essentially nothing. What one can do is one can consider this unitary, which is just sending V to W, W to V, and identity on everything else. If you just consider this, it turns out it satisfies all the constraints you need. So this means that we could already construct all the best games. Just a second. Just a second. I apologize for that. Right. So one can write this this expression, and it turns out it satisfies the constraints we want, and therefore we can convert any point game which uses just the splits and the merges and the raises into an explicit protocol. Okay, so that was one. Now the analytic solution, and I promise I'll be done in just a minute or two. So what we do now is that we ask, okay, what are the unitaries that we need to convert the epsilon k games into explicit protocols, right? And it turns out that the unitary we need has essentially this form. Okay, now this may look a little bit complicated, but I can unpack it for you. So the way to think about it is as follows. Sorry. So you have a bunch of points initially and you have a bunch of points finally, and assume that the number of points are the same. Then what the U we need, well, I'm giving you an example, right? So you have to generalize this a little bit, but it still gives you the flavor of what's going on. So what you do is you need a unitary such that V is mapped to W, right? So V, remember, was encoding the probability weights of the initial points, and W was encoding the probability weights of the final points. So it's mapping V to W. Now, what else can one do? Well, we have the coordinates, right, which were encoded in XG, and the coordinates of the final, which are encoded in XH. So we say, okay, we'll send XGV to XHW. But these are not exactly orthogonal, right? They don't have to be. So you make them orthogonal by projecting out the components along V and W. And so you say, okay, I map this object to this object. And then you do it for the square, XG square, right? And so on. And it turns out that this particular way of mapping things under the unitary actually satisfies the constraints that we need. And this is why it works is going to take more work, but at least it's easy to see how the unitary is kind of constructed in terms of the coordinates and the weights of the points in the point game. In Moshaw's point game. This doesn't work in general. This only works on Moshaw's point games, at least a priori. Okay, yeah, so that was it. I will skip the discussion of the EMA algorithm. I don't think I would be able to discuss it in much detail. Yeah, there were some nice pictures, but okay.
Well, thanks, Atul, for a detailed and a very clear talk. The session is now open for discussion. If anybody has a question, there is a raise hand feature. Please raise your hand. Yeah, so I do not see a question. If you have a question, you can put it in the chat box, and Atul can address that in the chat box, because sometimes, because the talk was kind of a bit detailed, and maybe the questions will come in a few minutes in the minds of people, and therefore they can put it in the chat box. I thank the speaker, and I hand over the session to the formal chair of the session, Dr. KP Singh, who I'm told is now logged in. I was a stopgap chair, but it was nice that I could chair the session in which Atul was giving a talk. Thanks, Atul.
Thank you, sir. It was a pleasure. Thank you for inviting.
All right. So, am I audible?
Yes, at least to me, yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Thanks. I thank Professor Arvind for handing over the chair. So, our next speaker is Dr. Shruti Dogra. I'll give a brief, her brief bio is that she did her PhD from IISER Mohali with Professor Kavita Dorai and Professor Arvind. And then actually, she did many postdocs at IIMSC Chennai, Technical University Dortmund, and then Institute postdoc in IIT Madras Chennai. And currently, she is in Aalto University, Finland, working on superconducting quantum circuits. The title of her talk is the robustness of super adiabatic stirrup in 3-level systems. Shruti, please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the introduction. And I would like to thank the organizers to provide this platform to speak. It's always a pleasure to be in IISER Mohali. This time it's virtually. So I start sharing my screen. So is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. You're audible. It
okay.
is visible. And
okay, so today I'm going to talk about robustness of super adiabatic stirrup in 3-level systems. This work is done in collaboration with Antti and Sorin, who is the group leader. Okay, so this work is mainly centered around a 3-level system. It is interesting that these 3-level systems can act as a very nice entity for quantum computation, quantum information, and so on. So a lot of quantum computational procedures use qubits or multi-qubit systems as the basic building blocks. Here, what we are addressing is a 3-level quantum system, a qubit. So that these energy levels here are labeled as the states 0, 1, and 2, and these are the relative separations, omega O1 and omega 1,2 between levels 0, 1 and 1, 2 respectively. And the aim for today's talk is this, we want a transfer of population from this ground state to the second excited state. And this is done in using this adiabatic method, stirrup, stimulated Raman adiabatic passage. And then I will talk a bit about the super adiabatic stirrup. Okay, so a bit of background. Stirrup is already around from more than 25 years, and it was initially introduced for laser strokes and pumps pulses, and it is also used to do the population inversion. And now we know that adiabatic procedures take quite long time, and there have been several procedures which also include some counter-diabetic term in the otherwise adiabatic Hamiltonian. And that method that I will talk about here is super adiabatic stirrup. So we'll come to details of all these things. And our aim is to precisely transfer the population from ground state to the second excited state in a 3-level system. And I will talk a bit about theoretical results, analytical, simulations, and experiments. So the plan of talk is like this. First of all, I'll give a brief view of the stirrup, and I will also describe how to engineer a perfectly ideal stirrup, and then super adiabatic stirrup and some experiments. Okay, so as I already mentioned a couple of times, this stirrup is stimulated Raman adiabatic passage, and here we are using this to transfer the population from ground state to second excited state. So we are having a 3-level system, and we initialize our system in the ground state. Now the aim is to transfer that population from ground state to second excited state. And if I ask this question, the immediate answer would be that, okay, first of all, we'll transfer this population from level 0 to level 1, and then we transfer it from level 1 to level 2. But using this stirrup, which is based on a counterintuitive sequence, what happens is, first the population, first the drive between level 1 to 2 starts, and then only the drive between level 0 and 1 starts. So we have 2 drives acting between level 0, 1 and level 1, 2. And this counterintuitive sequence of the drives is something which makes it very special. Now, if we think about this type of analogy in the macroscopic world, it's good that it is not available here. But if it were available, the lives would have been very difficult. Like suppose somebody has to go from Chandigarh to Chennai via Delhi. And imagine the flight from Chandigarh, from Delhi to Chennai starts first, and then Chandigarh to Delhi starts later. But it's a guarantee that you will reach Chennai at the right time and with full probability. So this is a bit flavor of the counterintuitive sequences. Okay, so here is the stirrup Hamiltonian. So which is written in the rotating frame. Our 2 drives are these omega O1 and omega 1,2. So omega O1 is the drive between level 0 and 1, and omega 1,2 is the drive between level 1 and 2. And when this condition of 2-photon resonance is satisfied, when these are the detunings, they are equal to 0, we can write the eigenvectors and eigenvalues of this Hamiltonian here. A very interesting eigenvector is this dark state, which relies on level 0 and level 2. So if we have to transfer the population from ground state to second excited state adiabatically, it would mean that our state of the system is always an eigenstate of the instantaneous Hamiltonian. And if we try to stick to the dynamics of the dark state, it would mean that if we start with theta 0, which means this coefficient is 1, and we aim this theta to be pi by 2 by the end of the sequence, which means this coefficient becomes 1 and then this becomes 0. So that is what we are aiming for here. We want our whole dynamics to be confined to this dark state. So revisiting this dark state again, and this theta is called the mixing angle, which can be obtained here by the ratio of the drives. Here we are taking these drives in the form of Gaussians. So Gaussians with amplitudes omega 01 and omega 12 respectively, and both of them, for simplicity, they are taken with the same standard deviation sigma, and Ts is the relative separation between the Gaussians. So on this figure A on the right side, this orange colored drive is the drive between level 1, 2, and this blue colored drive is the drive between level 0, 1. This is the axis for time. So we can see here that omega 12 is starting before omega 01, and the time by which they are separated is Ts. In all these three pictures, this horizontal axis is the time axis, and it is exactly same. Now we can see that as these drives begin to be effective, correspondingly, the mixing angle theta varies in this way. So mixing angle theta starts from 0 when these drives start, and by the time these drives end, this mixing angle becomes pi by 2. And if our dynamics is adiabatic and we obtain the populations corresponding to this dark state dynamics, our populations profile would look like this. This blue curve is the population of ground state, which goes from 1 to 0, and orange curve is the population of second excited state, which goes from 0 to 1. This is what we expect. And these are the parameters which are being used here for these things. Now, this is a very ideal case, and there are no imperfections, there are no experimental difficulties and nothing. So we are in the very safe regime. But practically, we need to do some more about these things. So if we have to send a pulse, it is important that what is the duration of the pulse, what is the experimentally feasible duration, and then what is the amplitude of the pulse, which would correspond to how much power we can afford to give to our qubit or qubit or whatever. So in case of these Gaussian pulses, this notion of time comes from width of the Gaussians, relative separation between the Gaussians, and the points where we truncate these Gaussians. So all these are important things. I will discuss all of these one by one. So first of all, I'm addressing the issue of truncation. So where to truncate the Gaussians? Ideally, as required by stirrup, these Gaussians are of infinite extent, but practically we will truncate it, and here there are a few plots which show that what would be the situation. This is the plot for mixing angle versus time, and different curves correspond to different values of the truncation. By that I mean, if we truncate the Gaussian at nt into sigma, sigma is a standard deviation of the Gaussian and n is just a number, such that our sequence starts from this initial time and ends up at this final time tf, and total time of the sequence is given like this. If we truncate our Gaussian too early, we may not end up in a good population transfer. And if we truncate our Gaussian too late, the times of this transfer will be too long and decoherence will be very much effective, and we may lose much of coherence. So we have to find this optimal thing. These plots show mixing angle versus time, and we can see that this orange curve here in figure A, it very nicely takes the mixing angle from 0 to pi by 2, and this corresponds to the value of nt equal to 4, while this blue curve is not so good. And on the other side, in figure B, this blue curve has become even more worse. And these two plots correspond to two different values of R. R is the relative separation between the Gaussians, which is given here. So how to solve the problem? There are so many parameters and they depend upon each other. Okay, let us see. So here there is a simplified picture. Instead of final angle not be 90 and we reach at somewhere say 89.9 or 89.99. So that thing I am calling here as a tolerance in terms of this epsilon. When epsilon is 0, it means we are starting from angle 0 and we are ending up at angle pi by 2. But if epsilon is not 0, we are starting from angle, so this epsilon, and we are ending at pi by 2 minus epsilon. So here there is a broader picture of relative separation between the Gaussians versus NT, where we truncate the Gaussians. And here we can see that for a given value of R, we need a larger value of N so that we have a good population transfer. Or for a given value of N, we can see that what value of R, the relative separation between the Gaussians, will give a good population transfer. So what we do is, we start in an opposite manner. We first choose that how precisely do we want the population transfer. We fix a value of epsilon. Here, these two plots correspond to different values of epsilons. So let us look at this figure B, which is plotting total time of the duration divided by sigma versus relative separation between the Gaussians. And different curves correspond to different values of epsilon, as mentioned here. If we look along this green line, for a very good population transfer, we need a larger time, while for a very bad population transfer, will correspond to very low time. So if we choose our epsilon, say I choose epsilon to be 0.01, which corresponds to this red curve, we are somewhere here. So corresponding to one value of epsilon on these curves, we can choose what value of T by sigma and R do we need. Okay, once we choose that, we know R now, we know T by sigma. And the other thing is, what should be the value of sigma? Okay, we'll come to that later. Here is just an example corresponding to different values of sigma that we choose for a fixed value of R. There will be different times, and these correspond to different values of final mixing angle. But what is the value of sigma? Now we know R, we know T by sigma, but what should be the value of sigma? Smaller the value of sigma, smaller is the pulse duration, and it's always good to finish our task well in time. So, but how small this sigma can be? That is the question. Of course, we have to take care of the quantum speed limit, so sigma cannot be really small. And width of the Gaussians and amplitude of the Gaussians, or width and amplitudes of the n of any pulse, they are inversely proportional to each other. So if we decrease sigma by very much large value, then this omega, the amplitude of the drive, will become very large. So, and we have to see that experimentally how much power we can give. Okay, so let us address this issue of how much amplitude can we have. And for that, we can make use of the adiabaticity condition. Now, as per this adiabaticity condition, this is the root mean square area under these drives. At any instant of time, this should be very much greater than the rate of change of the mixing angle. Here, the most important point in this whole drive, the most crucial point, if we go a bit back and see here as well, most crucial point is where these drives intersect each other. This corresponds to the faster rate of change of the mixing angle, and this also corresponds to faster rate of change of the population transfer. So if we focus only on this point, which I'm calling as the point of intersection, and Ti is the time corresponding to this point of intersection, these plots show these drives. This dotted line is omega 1,2 drive. This dashed purple line is omega 0,1 drive. This dot dashed black line is the root mean square area, AT. And this red line is the rate of change of the mixing angle, theta dot. And focusing only at this, along this line AP, where all these drives intersect, we arrive at this type of criteria. So when this product of sigma into omega is greater than this number, R is the relative separation between the Gaussians again. Whenever this is greater than this number, we can get a very good population transfer, close to 0.98 or 0.99 or even higher. And here for simplicity, I've taken this omega 0,1 and omega 1,2 to be equal. Let us compare this criteria with previously existing criteria. So from that, this adiabaticity criteria, there is this global adiabaticity criteria, which is obtained by integrating this previous adiabaticity criteria over time. And when this sigma into omega is very much larger than this number, it is supposed that the population transfer should be good. And this corresponds to the red line. Now analyzing this thing more closely with this expression, when we are, if we focus in this region, when this relative separation between the Gaussians is less than minus 0.5, somewhere here, then also we can have, and when we are below this red curve, we can have a good population transfer, which means this criteria is violated, but this criteria is satisfied. And also, if we look here, for a set of parameters which satisfy this criteria, which means it is above the red line, but it does not satisfy this criteria, which means it is below the black line, we may not have a good population transfer. Let us see with the help of two examples. So here is an example set of parameters where R is minus 0.4. This corresponds to figure C. R is minus 0.4, sigma is 5 nanoseconds, so that total time is 115 nanoseconds. And this product sigma into omega is 0.34, which means it lies below this line. It lies somewhere here. And we can see a very nice population transfer, even if in the middle of the drive. So when we have, when we are supposed to have adiabatic dynamics and we are supposed to be in the instantaneous eigenstate of the instantaneous Hamiltonian, level 1 should not be populated. So we can see that here in the middle, the procedure seems not to be adiabatic. It ceases to be adiabatic, but still finally we are having a good population transfer. And this figure D corresponds to an example which is representing point somewhere here where R is 2.8 and this product sigma into omega is 4 times the right hand side of 4 times this thing. Okay, so this point is above red line but below black line, and we can see that population transfer is not that effective. So relaxing this criteria a bit further and describing this number kappa, whenever this kappa is positive or 0, the population transfer will be greater than or equal to 0.8. Here, these are the maps of sigma versus R, which present the population of the second excited state. So we can say that the population above 0.8 is in a way marked by this orange curve. And this yellow portion and this orange portion, this is greater than 0.8. And this is the plot for kappa, while this is the plot for a modified kappa. So whenever kappa is positive, this plot gives the real value of kappa, original value of kappa, while whenever it is less than 0, whenever kappa is negative, we have -1. So we can say whichever portion in this map is not blue, that corresponds to a population transfer of greater than 0.8. And we can see that this map of kappa and this map of P2, they look very much alike. So we can say that it's a good way to find that how much amplitude we can have so that we have a nice and effective population transfer. Okay, so just to summarize this part, first of all, we chose a value of tolerance. From that value of tolerance, we got a combination of T by sigma, which is the total time divided by standard deviation, and R, which is relative separation between the Gaussians. And using that, fixing any value of feasible time, we can obtain what is the value of sigma. Once we know sigma, we use this criteria to find the value of omega. And that's how we can design very nice pulses. Okay, so now including the counter-diabatic term in this Hamiltonian superadiabatic stirrup. This is the counter-adiabatic term, and these are the couplings, Rabi couplings between level 0 and 2. And you can see that this depends upon the rate of change of the mixing angle. So this drive will correct itself. It is represented by this red curve here, where these orange and blue curves are omega 1, 2 and omega 0, 1 drives respectively. So whenever there is an imperfection offered by these orange and blue drives, this superadiabatic term will learn from there and correct the whole sequence. Even though this is not adiabatic in itself, it will make the full thing adiabatic. And remember the bad example from stirrup when we didn't get the very nice population transfer. With same parameters, we include the counter-diabatic term of the Hamiltonian, and which means we have this superadiabatic stirrup and we get much better population transfer. Now, this superadiabatic term in experiments, it is implemented by the use of a 2-photon resonance. So both the photons are of same energy, which means it is somewhat detuned from level 0, 1, and also by equal amount, it is detuned from level 1, 2. Because of these detunings, there will be AC Stark shifts, and those Stark shifts can be compensated if we use some dynamic phases along with the drives. So along with this 0, 1, 1, 2 and 0, 2 drives, we have phases 5, 0, 1, 5, 1, 2 and 5, 0, 2. And if those phases are not constant and they keep on changing dynamically, we involve that correction, and finally we end up in a very nice population transfer. So this shows that whenever our stirrup sequence is not doing so well, and we cannot afford to have the parameters which are offered by an ideal stirrup, this counter-adiabatic term still takes care. Okay, so let us further go and talk about the experimental feasibility of these things. This is implemented in a transmon, which is here. This pair of Josephson junctions will give rise to an artificial atom, and we are using first 3 energy levels of this artificial atom to form our Q-trit. Energy levels can be given in this way. This green drive omega 01 and this blue drive omega 12 are the Gaussian drives between level 0, 1 and level 1, 2. And this omega 2 pH is the 2-photon resonance, which is obtained from this omega 02, the counter-diabatic term of the Hamiltonian, and this delta is the detuning here. These drives are shown here. So this omega 12 goes first, and then omega 0, and this is omega 02, and this is finally the measurement pulse. And experimentally, these sequences for so this map contains the population of second excited state, sweeping over sigma, standard deviation of the Gaussians, and relative separation between the Gaussians. This is Ts by sigma here. We can see that this is the ideal case, and ideal case means there is no decoherence, there are no experimental imperfections. With that type of ideal case, we can have several situations when the population transfer in stirrup is really bad, which is given by this surface with black colored mesh. And this surface without a mesh here correspond to super adiabatic stirrup. And we can see that even when stirrup acts very bad, super adiabatic stirrup is good enough. This is the simulation corresponding to so involving the experimental imperfections and decoherence. So T1 here is T1 for level 01 is 0.2 microsecond, and for level 12 it is 0.14 microseconds. And dephasing, pure dephasing rates are negligible. And we can see that despite all these imperfections and decoherence, this super adiabatic stirrup lies quite above stirrup. And these are the experimental results here, which is very much in close agreement with the simulation. So I've already told all these things. So here in this case, what we have is we do not design an ideal stirrup. Instead, we have fixed the amplitudes. So amplitude of the 01 drive is taken as 44 megahertz, and omega. And amplitude for the 12 drive is taken as this 37 megahertz. So we have fixed these amplitudes. We are not obtaining amplitudes using the adiabaticity criteria, but all these are almost satisfying this one. And we can see that still stirrup is not working good, but super adiabatic stirrup is compensating for everything. So which shows us a clear advantage of super adiabatic stirrup over stirrup. And this is a bit about the super adiabatic stirrup simulations with and without the AC stark shift corrections. So this surface we obtained from stirrup with constant phases of the drives, and when we include the dynamic phases in the drives, we can get even better results. So which stands somewhere here. Okay, to summarize, so we just had a quick review of the stirrup and super adiabatic stirrup, and how an ideal stirrup pulse can be designed, and the adiabaticity criteria plays a role in finding these amplitudes and a nice set of parameters which give us a very precise population transfer. But if we have experimental limitations, the super adiabatic stirrup can compensate for any imperfections in the parameters. And finally, some experimental results. So I would like to thank my group for this QFTA for providing this platform, Aizer Mohali for making me capable to come here, and thank you all for your patience and presence.
All right, so let us thank Shruti for a nice talk. And if there are any questions, please use raise hand option. Or you can switch on your mic and ask Shruti the question directly. So let me ask one quick question if there are no other questions. So Shruti, my question is, you have shown the experimental setup of the squid, right?
Yes.
The superconducting device. So I would like to know the order of magnitude of the line widths in the superconducting Josephson levels, and is your procedure robust with respect to that intrinsic line width?
So in this case, so if we can say that this line width of the spectral lines is inversely proportional to the T2 relaxation times. So here for 0-1 transition, this T2 is of the order of 0.1 microseconds.
Okay. So is your procedure robust with respect to these this quantum noise in the superconducting circuits?
What kind of quantum noise?
The natural line width, right? This is like a noise, right?
Yes, yes. So that's what we can tailor by tailoring the time, how much time we can have for the sequence. So we have to stay above the quantum speed limit and within that regime, because there are times when the population transfer is mostly in the middle of the sequence. And when we go towards the end, the population actually asymptotically reaches the final values. And that is the time when decoherence is very much active and these noises affect a lot. So if we can, according to the situation, like the experimental things which I showed you, here decoherence times are quite low, but in order to have a good population transfer, we truncate the Gaussians even before the sequence ends, which will give us an optimal point. For example, if we, okay, maybe I should go a little more up.
So timescales in your case are hundreds of nanoseconds, right? To achieve complete population transfer.
Yes, yes. So here, what we are doing is, so here if we look at figure A and figure B, so population transfer has already taken place much before the sequence ends. So the experimental results that I showed you, in that the second Gaussian is actually truncated at 0 itself. The second Gaussian is actually truncated in the middle itself. It doesn't go any further, so that we have a good transfer. The typical decoherence times that we have is of the orders of few microseconds. Here, what I have shown you. So here, this transition rates, these relaxation rates, gamma 01 corresponds to, so relaxation time T1 for this is inverse of this, which is 0.2 microsecond, which is quite low, but we can have better than this as well.
Okay, thank you. So let us thank her again. And our next speaker is Ish Dhan. Dr. Ish Dhan, I think the person around.
Yeah, I think he's not around because his talk is supposed to start at 6:45. So we are a little early. And he's in Canada, so he might be like, it's way early for him already. So I think we should meet again at 6:45, take a break of 15-20 minutes and come back.
Okay. So let us meet at 6:45. That is what you say, Sandeep?
His talk is at 6:45. Yes, 6:45.
Okay, so we will meet at 6:40 then, right?
Yes, right.
All right, so we have a small break.
I think Ish is here, so he can like start screen sharing so that we can see if the slides are compatible and if there is no technical problem. Hi Ish.
Yeah, wondering if you can see my slides.
See your name first. You will be able.
Sorry, I think the audio from some side is getting cut out, but let me try to share the screen again. Okay, does this work?
Yes.
Your screen seems like visible.
Okay, perfect.
And you want to switch up.
Sorry, I think the audio from your side is getting cut out, Arvind.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can be clear.
Perfect.
So can we start, Sandeep?
We have 2 minutes, so we can introduce the speaker and then we can start.
All right. So hello, Ish. I am Dr. KP Singh from ISR Mohali in Physics Department. And our next speaker is Ish Dhan. He leads a theory team at photonic quantum computing startup, Xanadu. So I guess this place is in China, right? Looks like Chinese name at least. And he has...
Yeah, we are actually in downtown Toronto in Canada.
Oh, Canada. Okay. All right. Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah. So he was an Humboldt Fellow at Ulm in Germany after he completed his PhD with Barry Sanders at Calgary. And Ish hails from Mohali. So Ish, the stage is all yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks for the very nice introduction. And thanks to the organizers for putting together such a nice program. So it's my pleasure to be here at QFTA 2020. Before I even start talking about the actual slides and the presentation, I do want to mention that I've always enjoyed giving talks at Mohali and in general in India, where a lot of questions, whether they are basic questions or research level questions, are always asked during presentations. So even in such a talk, I'd really appreciate it if there are many questions. I want to keep things simple and basic, so there are very few slides, but I want to go through them slowly. And if there are questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. And I'll stop a couple of times during the presentation to actually take these questions. Okay, yeah, with that, we can get started. So I want to talk about stuff that we've been working on for the last 1 year or so. This is work done by people at Xanadu, which is a photonic quantum computing startup, but also with our academic partners all over the world. And the title is a blueprint for a scalable photonic quantum computer. And here, I think the key word is scalable. So I will spend quite some time talking about how to get to a scalable quantum computer. This is through fault tolerance. This is through error correction on many millions of physical qubits. And the thing about fault tolerance that we should keep in mind is that really getting to fault tolerance is a marathon. So this is a slide from Google, but I think the slide is equally valid for all other kinds of quantum computing hardware, quantum computing platforms. So on the x-axis, you see the number of qubits, and on the y-axis, there is the rate of error. Okay. Currently, we are somewhere here with very few qubits and large error, but to get to fault tolerance, we need to be in this region of many qubits and very low error. So basically, one can say that we are 1 or 2 orders of magnitude away here and 4 or 5 orders of magnitude away in terms of the number of qubits. So we are really far away from where we need to be for fault tolerance. And so I think the point to to take home is that, so if you take home nothing else from this presentation, I think this is one good thing to keep in mind. We are really far away from fault tolerance. And if we are so far away from fault tolerance, then what do we do? Then we should focus on figuring out how to most quickly advance. How can we move most quickly towards this green region rather than worrying about where we are right now? Okay. And so if we are so far away from fault tolerance, then we should also keep an open mind about what are the different platforms that will get us there and what are the pros and cons. So here I want to give a representative example. It's by no means something about one particular platform, but all platforms will have challenges. So the challenge that I want to discuss is with respect to superconducting qubits. But again, all platforms, ion traps, photonics, cold atoms, all of them will have some serious challenges when we are talking about scaling up to fault tolerance. Okay, so what is this challenge? So in principle, this is the supremacy chip that was used by the Google experiment with 53 qubits. In principle, it is possible to stamp out more qubits on this chip without much challenge. The problem actually is here, which was quite a surprise to me, that we are limited by the amount of volume that we have in the cryostats. And this volume is mostly taken up by coaxial cables or wires that will carry the microwave signals to the superconducting chip. So this is some kind of a roadblock. And in principle, even if you could go to huge cryostats, for instance, like the ones that IBM has been promising, there have been challenges in procuring the material that are needed at this scale. So there was some shortage of the superconducting cables that are required to be inside the cryostat to carry the microwave signals to the superconducting chips. And this is the research level challenge, but also if you look at the electronics that was required to control the 53 qubit experiment at Google, this is really a feat of engineering. And this is for 53 qubits, but going to millions of qubits will require us to take a rather different approach. So again, just a representative examples, other platforms will have their own challenges. And at Xanadu, we believe that photonics has fewer challenges in scaling up, or at the very least, it has a different set of challenges. And when technology is at that level in a few years, then probably it would be best for all of us to explore all the different phase space of challenges that we can have. Okay, let's talk about the photonics advantage. So at Xanadu, we believe that photonics is the way to building quantum computers because firstly, photonics is native to communication. What does this mean? This means that if you can make a whole bunch of small but very clean chips having qubits, then in principle, these chips can be connected to each other with just the same optical fiber. And this allows us to basically scale to many, many qubits and effectively have much bigger chips. So this kind of modularity or networkability is really important for scaling up. The other challenge, which I think is a little bit less appreciated, but still as important in photonics, is that there's a lot of flexibility with respect to error correction. So in photonics, we have different choices of ways to encode qubits into modes and different ways of putting together these modes into logical qubits. And this different possibilities, the set of different possibilities is much more than what would be possible with matter qubits, where you are basically restricted to nearest neighbor interactions. Also, I think in photonics, we have basically the possibility to leverage on decades of improvements in telecommunication, which means that we have low noise, low crosstalk. All these things put together translate to low overheads for fault tolerance. Okay, and finally, there's another thing which is much more, which might seem mundane, but actually ends up being quite important in manufacturability. Computation in photonics happens at the room temperature, so you don't need to develop completely new processes. You can use the same kind of processes that are used to make the chips that are in your phone. So this makes manufacturing much easier. Okay, so this is about photonics. But how would one go about performing computation with photonics? It's not. It's a different kind of computation from what is normally done with matter qubits. So what would we do with matter qubits? Matter qubits are basically chunks of matter where the state of the qubit is represented in some property of this matter. And then we zap this matter with electromagnetic fields, whether it's microwave fields, RF fields, lasers, and the zapping with the electromagnetic fields, that is your gate. So in principle, if you want to implement more gates on your qubits, then you would basically have more pulses. You would zap it more often, or you would zap it for longer. The same strategy cannot work for photonics, or is not very suitable for photonics, where actually the qubits are pulses of light and chunks of matter are the gates. So things like a beam splitter on a chip would be a gate for us. And if we want to implement a deeper circuit, then we need a new chip. So circuit-based quantum computing is not natural for light, but here we have the advantage that we can use the time domain. We'll come back to that towards the end of the talk. But the way to do for quantum computing with photonics, the natural way to do it is through the measurement-based model. So in the circuit-based model, we start with unentangled qubits. We generate entanglement by basically performing gates on them, and then we perform measurements at the end. In measurement-based quantum computing, it's a little bit different. So you basically have a lot of entanglement generated up front, and then everything else, the gate and the measurements, they are just performed by single qubit or single mode measurements on light. And just a simple overview before we start talking more about photonics. In order to perform effectively a one physical qubit computation, we would basically stitch together a 1D cluster. And with this special 1D entangled state, you perform measurements on different qubits of this 1D entangled state. And towards the end, what you would have is the actual physical qubit on which we've implemented the operations that we wanted to implement. So this is how you would perform a measurement-based operation on a 1D physical qubit. Okay, so for a 1D physical qubit, we had a 1D cluster. You put many of these 1D clusters together and stitch it together also in a different dimension. Then you get a 2D cluster state. This is how we implement n physical qubits. This, in principle, is universal for quantum computing. But we want something more than universality. We want error correction and fault tolerance. So the way to do it is basically have redundancy, and the redundancy, that one way to provide this redundancy is through having an extra dimension. So if we are able to stitch together a 3D cluster, then we can have, in principle, fault tolerance and error correction. Okay, so this is the measurement-based approach towards photonics. And now the other thing I want to mention is that within photonics, there are different ways of performing quantum computing. So as I said, there's a lot of flexibility in photonics. And the two, let's say, competing or most promising approaches, one is the dual rail qubits. And in dual rail qubits, this is something that we might be familiar with. So if you have every qubit is encoded into two modes. And in the two modes, if you have a photon in one mode, this is qubit state 0. If you have photon in the other mode, this is qubit state 1, and then you can have superpositions of these two modes. So this is the dual rail approach. The approach that at Xanadu we are following is the continuous variable plus GKP qubit approach. I'll talk about GKP qubits in a couple of slides, so we'll get there. But I just want to highlight that there are different advantages and disadvantages to these two approaches. So we'll get to these slowly. Okay, so talking a little bit in more detail about the continuous variable approach. So this is the approach. This is the approach that I mentioned. So that's the second photonics approach. And in the continuous variable approach, I think the slide is a very good illustration of where we are right now. So this is from the science paper in 2019 by the group of Akira Furusawa. And in that experiment, they demonstrated a 2D cluster state that was generated using continuous variables. Okay, well, it does, so it's a cylinder, but if you cut along its length, then it becomes a sheet. So it is a 2D cluster state. And the nodes of this cluster are basically squeeze states. So yeah, just to have a quick look at the experimental setup that they had. So the squeeze light is generated at this optical nonlinearity. The pulses are then interacting at beam splitters and at time delays. And towards the end, they are able to stitch together a 2D cluster. And this 2D cluster is measured at homodyne detectors at the output. Now, already one advantage that we can see here is that everything is at room temperature. Optical nonlinearities, beam splitters, homodyne detection, these are all operations that can be performed at the room temperature. So I think this is really a good advantage. The challenge here, though, is twofold. First, this setup is optimized for free space. So scaling it up to millions of qubits is just not practical. But there's also another challenge, which I think is not highlighted as often, is that at each and every one of these nodes, we need some additional resources. So in principle, one could perform quantum computing with this cluster that has been generated, but this quantum computing would not be feasible because there's so much noise that will gather from these squeeze state nodes. So this is continuous variable noise or squeezing or anti-squeezing noise. The way to keep that noise under control is to attach to each and every one of these nodes a GKP state. So I'll talk about GKP states just now. But the point to keep in mind is that generating these GKP or Gottesman-Kitaev Prescale states is very hard in photonics, and so much so that it has not yet been demonstrated. So the requirement of having a GKP state connected to each of these nodes is really a big challenge. Okay, so what is this magical GKP state that I talk about? So let's talk about phase space for a moment. So these are the phase space representations of some of these states. So of course, as you all know, a coherent state is just a blob in phase space. Squeeze states, an elongated blob which has less variance along one quadrature, more along the other. GKP states look a little bit different. So they look more like pieces on a chessboard. And so this is the representation of qubit state 0. If you displace all the pieces on the chessboard by one chess box, then you have qubit state 1. And then you can have superpositions of these two. So this is how you have these two orthogonal states. This is how you represent qubits in the orthogonal modes. Now, the nice thing about GKP qubits is that they have some kind of error correction properties or some kind of resilience to loss. And one easy way to see this is that if there is some noise which displaces all these chess pieces just a little bit, not so much that it leaves the box, but as long as it's still in the box, then basically we can identify this displacement, we can detect it, and then we can displace the GKP qubit back to the origin and have a clean qubit again. So in some sense, GKP qubits are using the large Hilbert space of light for error correction. Okay, so what does this give us? Well, it tells us that the continuous variable plus GKP qubit approach has two advantages. One, the room temperature computation. So as I said, all optical elements are Gaussian except the GKP states, and all of that can be performed at room temperature. Then we have some kind of native loss tolerance. This comes from the GKP qubits being very resilient to optical losses just because they are using the redundancy of Hilbert space. Okay, but there are still some challenges. So far, there was no planar architecture for continuous variable quantum computing. And why is planar architecture important? This is really important because we want to be able to manufacture things at scale. So we want to be able to generate chips with millions of qubits. And the only way that we know how to do this is basically by going to photonic integrated chips. And so far, and I think maybe for the last few decades, these chips have been planar because of technological concerns. And this means that if we have a planar architecture, this is much more scalable than something that's optimized for free space. And also state preparation has so far been really hard just because of wanting to put GKP qubits on each and every node of the cluster. Okay, so this is where we are right now. And I think after this, I'll start talking in more detail about our scheme. So if there are any questions, so feel free to put them in the chat or unmute yourself, and maybe we can have a discussion about this.
Hi, Ish.
Hi, Sai.
Hey, very nice to see you again. So it's just a quick clarification. I'm not aware of the GKP literature, so I'm just trying to learn this from you. So why could I not take the approach that, let's say I have squeezing along the X quadrature and squeezing along the P quadrature, and then I would detect the noise. You just need, or Schrodinger cats, I mean, there seems to be some robustness to single qubit decoherence that I don't fully appreciate. So could you just elaborate on that just for a second?
Okay, so let me make sure I understand your question properly. So you're saying that why do we need GKP qubits? Why can't we just use squeeze states?
Yeah, because the visual argument is that, well, it's a little bit, you'd notice a little bit of displacement. So I'd say, well, if I have a stick pointing towards the x-axis and a stick pointing towards the y-axis, I'd notice a little bit, that's robust as well, right? So that's where I'm just going with your argument.
100%. So I think this is kind of the intuition that we started off with in CV quantum computing. So the idea was to use squeeze states, which have very little noise along one quadrature. So as you teleport from one squeeze state to the next, you pick up very, very little noise. But I think it was around 2014 when it was shown that actually even this noise is too much noise. So you need to keep removing the noise somehow. And GKP qubits have this really nice property that somehow they can measure both the X and P quadrature at the same time because of this checkerboard or because of this chessboard structure. And it turns out that if you have, say, squeeze states followed by a couple of GKPs and then more squeeze states followed by more GKPs, then this kind of teleportation actually allows us to do fault-tolerant quantum computing, because then you put in a little bit of noise with the squeeze states, you remove some of the noise from the GKP states and so on. And even for this, so even for the scheme that I just described, to actually have fault tolerance, you need really large amounts of squeezing. So you need something along the lines of 20 dB squeezing in order to have fault tolerance with this scheme. Currently, the best that we are looking at is around 15 dB of squeezing in experiments. So from that scheme, we're really far away. Does that answer your question?
Sure, yeah. So the simultaneous measurability is, I guess, the bit that I was missing. Sorry, it's just one last question. Can you do superposition of cat states? Would that work as well? Should I think of GKP as a superposition of cat states?
GKPs as superposition of cats. I think that's a great question. So if I see, so your intuition here is that, well, GKP qubits are basically many, many peaks. And in principle, cat states are also something like coherent states that have some displacements and superposition. So in principle, if you could take cat states and squeeze it along one quadrature and then superpose many of them, then you would get exactly a GKP qubit. Yeah, I think that's a very good intuition to keep. Thanks. Other questions? Okay, if not, let's continue. So let's move on to the new architecture now. So again, I should say this is the work done by a big team. I'm only here to, so I'm presenting it, but this is something that we had a lot of fun, all of us working together. Okay. So the first challenge that I mentioned is state preparation. And within state preparation, so I think this is a challenge that has now been overcome recently. So within photonics, so far, there was no good way to prepare these GKP qubits without having some crazy optical nonlinearities. But now this has changed because there are schemes to use the so-called Gaussian boson sampling devices to generate GKP qubits. So you might have heard a lot about Gaussian boson sampling in the last few days, considering there was the supremacy announcement from Shanghai. So yeah, this is exactly the same setting. You have some optical nonlinearity which generates squeeze states on a chip. And these squeeze states interfere on beam splitters, so using linear optics. And at the end, you have some pure Gaussian state at your output. You take, so if you have an n-mode Gaussian boson sampler, let's say a 4-mode Gaussian boson sampler, you take 3 modes of that state and actually send those 3 modes to a photon number resolving detector. Now, this detector counts the number of photons. So it'll say, okay, 2 photons here, 1 photon here, 4 photons here. If you get the correct click pattern, if you get the correct pattern of clicks at this photon number resolving detector, then based on the squeezing values, then based on the unit tree that you implemented, you know that you have generated a GKP state. So how would it look? It would be, so you run this Gaussian boson sampling 100 times. Out of those 100 times, once you might see the correct click pattern, which would be the first detector sees 2 photons, the second one sees 1 photon, the third one sees 4 photons. And if this correct pattern is detected, then the state coming out is a GKP qubit. Now, clearly, this is a non-deterministic source, which basically means that it's probabilistic, so you don't know when it happens. But whenever it happens, it is heralded. So you know that you have a GKP qubit whenever the correct click pattern is there. Okay, so this setup can generate really good GKP qubits with very high fidelities with low rates. So something like 1% or 0.1% would be the generation rates. So I'll represent this setup by a Gaussian boson sample by this small rectangle here. And let's talk about the next step. So as I mentioned, the challenge here with these Gaussian boson sampling devices is that the generation rates are really low. So what is one good way to deal with this situation? So the idea is to put many such Gaussian boson sampling devices in parallel. So let's say 100 of these devices, and let them all try to generate GKP qubits. Whichever device is able to generate a GKP qubit, we keep the qubit, we route it to the output. And then the output from the remaining devices, we can just discard this. Okay, so this can increase the probability, but this cannot make the probability 1. And the reason for that is that you'll need an infinite number of Gaussian boson sampling devices for that. So what you would do is, if none of the GBS devices fires a GKP state, then you replace the output with a squeezed light state. And this is very good because, so as we were discussing earlier, squeezed light is something that can be used to implement a gate, but it might inject a little bit of noise into the system. And so our proposal is to replace, so whenever a GKP qubit fails to fire, you replace it with a squeezed light state. And the noise that gets injected into the computation, so we have sophisticated ways of dealing with this by looking at the correlations and basically removing the effect of this extra noise up to a point. Okay, so now this multiplexed GBS device, I will represent it by the triangle. This is our qubit source. So at the output of this is basically you'll see pulses of light coming out. And these pulses will be GKP qubits with a certain probability, depending upon the size of the multiplexer. And with the remaining probability, what you'll have is squeezed light sources. So this is our qubit source, the triangle. Okay, so now that we have started to generate qubits, let's talk about putting these qubits together into a resource state. And the first step is to generate a 1D cluster with these qubits. Okay, so these were the qubits that I just mentioned. Sometimes you get GKP qubits, other times you get a squeezed momentum state, but they're all pulses coming out in a single spatial mode, but in different timestamps. Okay, and then if you have an interferometer, a small interferometer, this can also be on a chip that is placed in the path of these light sources, then basically you have a 1D cluster state in time. So you have many different pulses that are entangled to each other in time. And this is the first dimension of the 3D cluster state that we need to generate. So all right, so this qubit source plus the small interferometer is now my triangle plus circle. Now, once we have a 1D cluster state, what's next? We need to go to 3D. The way to go to 3D is to add 2 extra dimensions in space. This is also where the planar architecture comes in. So you take these 1D cluster sources, have some qubit sources, and basically put it in a lattice on a chip, a 2D lattice on a chip. And so by entangling the outputs of the different 1D clusters, you can end up with a 3D resource state. 3D because there's the 1D of time and 2D of space. Okay. So let's put everything together. So we have the state factory. This is the full architecture now. So we had the state factory, which generates the GKP qubits through this many Gaussian boson sampling devices. The multiplexer, which boosts the probability of these GKP qubits. And then there's the computational module, which I also just showed. That's the 2D chip that stitches a 3D cluster in 1 temporal and 2 spatial dimensions. So now we have a computational module. This gives us the cluster state that we're looking for. And so, of course, as I said, the nodes of the cluster can either be GKP qubits or they can be momentum squeeze states. And then the computation, the actual computation happens here. So this is the QPU, which is basically a whole lattice of homodyne detectors. And these homodyne detectors, the different measurement bases are set by different local oscillator phases. So based on previous measurements of homodyne detectors, you would change the phase of the local oscillator for subsequent time steps. And this is how we can perform full quantum computation. Okay. Where does this take us now? So now we have a planar architecture for CV quantum computing. So this is good for the manufacturing point of view, but also we have the possibility of implementing some of the gates by using Clifford operations. So some of the Clifford operations by using inexpensive squeeze states. So this is, I think, a big plus because this really drastically reduces the number of GKP qubits required. And finally, since we don't need infinite multiplexing, now state preparation is feasible again. So I think now we have many, many advantages of continuous variables plus GKP qubits. But of course, we are not done yet. I think there are many different ways in which this hardware or this scheme can be improved and should be improved. So just some representative examples. And so we're very happy putting these open problems out there. So if you have any ideas, we are very happy chatting with you, or we wish you luck solving these hard problems. So, okay, so the first set of hard problems is related to tailoring the architecture even more to the requirements of the hardware. So the first one says passive gates. So the architecture that we presented so far basically has a tough technical requirement of requiring inline squeezing. So all the gates that we use to stitch the cluster together use inline squeezing. And this is something that we want to get rid of. So in principle, if you can move all the squeezing to the beginning of the circuit, this is much simpler to deal with from a technological point of view. So we are close to cracking this problem. You should hear back from us more about this situation a little bit, say maybe in a few weeks or months. Okay. But also we need to tailor it in the sense that we need to tailor the architecture in the sense that we need more sophisticated noise models. So the noise models that we used here were rather simplistic, but going to more sophisticated noise models basically requires us to perform, to build big simulators, which can simulate both the continuous variable space, but also qubit space. So this is work in progress, and of course, help is really welcome here. And I should say that the hardest part of the architecture is the preparation of the GKP states. This is where, so it's hard because you need many, many Gaussian boson sampling devices in order to get to the millions of qubits. And the reason for it being hard is that the GKP state generation probabilities are low. So there are a whole different ways that we are exploring to improve the GKP state preparation. Okay. And I think in fault tolerance, the name of the game is error correction. So you need to have the best bosonic codes. So for instance, I mentioned CAT codes, but also so GKP qubits have really good loss tolerance, but maybe there's something better for computation. Okay, and then once you have encoded your qubit into a mode, then there are many different ways of putting the qubits together. And this is in the form of qubit level error correction. And photonics really gives you a wide variety of possibilities just because you're not restricted to nearest neighbor interaction. So choosing the best codes is also something that has to be done. And moreover, I would say that decoding is another aspect of error correction, which is something that's not highlighted often enough, but it's still a very important property. So how do we use the entire information from the homodyne measurements? So this is still an open problem. But another thing that becomes quite challenging with photonics, there are pros and there are cons. Photonics will have most likely the fastest clock speeds of any quantum computer, say gigahertz or so. But this means that algorithms need to be developed to be able to run these quantum computations so algorithms for classical computations need to be developed, which will allow us to decode the homodyne outcomes and actually change the different measurement settings based on these homodyne outcomes. So these decoding algorithms are also work in progress. Okay, and maybe I can take the opportunity to say that we are actively hiring full-time researchers. If you're an expert in quantum optics or in error correction and fault tolerance, then please apply to us. If you're a student who is looking for a paid summer internship for 2021, then also please apply to us. And of course, academic collaborations are always welcome. So we work closely with the community here. Okay, maybe I can summarize the architecture just now. So we have presented a concrete and scalable hybrid architecture, hybrid in the sense that some qubits are GKBs, others are squeeze states, for continuous variable photonic quantum computing. And the three things that would be good to take back home would be that GKP qubit plus concatenated qubit level codes in the form of this 3D cluster. These two encodings give us 2 layers of protection, which eventually means lower overheads for fault tolerance. The requirements for cryogenics is really minimal, and this is because the error correction, the computation, all of this happens at room temperature. So the tough part of the computation, where you have a lot of electronics feeding forward, changing phases very quickly, all of this is at room temperature. So I think this is a good thing. And then there is the idea of, with photonics, we have the possibility of networkable planar modules, and this is really good for scalability. All right, so with that, I'll stop and I'll be happy to take questions. Thanks for your attention.
All right, so let us thank Ish for a very nice talk. And the floor is open for questions. All right, so we have many questions. Sandeep, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, Ish. And this was a wonderful talk, and thanks for that. I have one question. It seems like one of the big problems right now is creating this GKP states with high success rate. So have you or anyone tried exploring quantum memories for it? Like you create it and you store it, and then whenever you want, you can use it.
Perfect. I think that's a great idea. So quantum memories is definitely up and coming, and it's getting better by the day. So in principle, the idea there would be that, well, you have one GBS device, for example, firing many qubits, and once in a while you get the correct qubit, a correct GKP qubit, and overall you can boost the probability of getting a GKP qubit in one mode. So this is good. The challenge there, on the other hand, is that this slows down the clock speed a lot. And what happens when you slow down the clock speed? Well, then you have a situation where the delay lines that are there that stitch the 1D cluster, these become really long. So there's too much loss, and then this goes against fault tolerance. So yeah, this is a promising approach, probably one approach that we want to keep in mind, but there will be trade-offs. So thanks for the question.
All right, Thomas Conrad, please ask your question.
Yes, hello, Ish. Thank you for the talk. I wanted to ask how many photons are on average in your squeeze states, and what is the detection probability, detection efficiency?
Right. Perfect. Let's look at some figures. So I'm talking about GKP qubits, which could so GKP qubits and the squeeze states can both be characterized by the squeezing parameter. So you can also imagine that the peaks of the GKP qubit are something like squeeze states. This squeezing parameter for different, there are a whole bunch of things that we analyze in our paper. So we're looking at around 10 dB of squeezing. So I think we are looking at somewhere, so this is a broad range that I'm giving, but we're looking at somewhere between 1 and 10 photons per mode. So probably it could be improved, it could be reduced, and this would be good for the detection. But I should say something. So one is that there's the detection at two. So detection happens at two places. One is in the GBS devices. So this is this setup here. We really need good low loss detectors, good low loss photon number resolving detectors, probably on the same chip, probably connected to chips with low loss interconnects. And so here we need maybe up to 7 or 8 photons that could be distinguished. So we need photon number resolving detectors that should be able to tell us, do you have 7 photons or do you not have 7 photons? So this is, I think, a challenge. There is very little challenge on the computational module itself. So the homodyne detection, so in our simple calculations, it seems that we don't worry so much about the computational module, just because the state that hits the computational module is a state that comprises GKP qubits that is stitched together into a 3D cluster. So it has really good resilience to loss. So in principle, even say 80 or 90% efficiencies with the homodyne detection should be enough. I hope that answers your question, Thomas.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Vikas Mittal, please ask your question.
Hey Ish, thank you so much for the talk. I have this. So recently, people are doing a lot with the topological properties of matter, and they are trying to do the computation also, and trying to replace all the photonic system. So, do you think, and do you want to comment on that? And do you think it would be a like potential candidate for doing quantum computation? And
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So I would say as researchers, we should really keep in mind the thing that I mentioned in the beginning, that we are all very, very far away from fault tolerance. This means that today, one system might look like it's doing better than the other, but really there is good reason to explore the whole space of possibilities of things that could lead to fault tolerant quantum computing. So should we look at topological properties of matter? Yeah, definitely. Okay, yeah, I hope that answers the question.
yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, so Ish, I would like to ask you one question as well. So I was wondering, what is the possible experimental setup for realizing these interesting ideas? Or what is your guess on what could be a possible system if it is not available right now?
Okay, so I should really say that the hardware team at Xanadu is 30 PhDs. We're working very, very hard on building this in our lab today. So the different components, maybe I can mention. So let's go through it one by one. So this part of the state preparation is really in a good shape now. So in fact, we do have these Gaussian boson sampling devices that anyone can use. They are available on the cloud, so feel free to check them out online. And this part is done. Here, the multiplexing.
That is based on the squids or some other cryo technology, because you're mentioning cryo, right? So.
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. So the part in the box, it's all at room temperature. So we have integrated photonic chips. Okay, maybe I can go to the hardware slide that we have. Okay, here we go. So this is actually the photo of one of the devices that we have in the lab right now. So these are these 4 squeezers, these small rings that you see, micro ring resonators, are basically the optical nonlinearities that are amplified. This gives us the squeeze light sources. All of this is basically the linear optics interferometer. And then the light is coupled out to photon number resolving detectors. So the detectors themselves are in cryostat right now. They are based on these so-called transition edge sensors, which are basically very, very good sensors of energy. And then the signal from that, yes, it is amplified with squids today, but there is no reason why it cannot be, say, directly classified through some other means. So I would say the cryogenic requirements is all here, and it's rather minimal. So this is about the state preparation. The remaining modules are actually the easier part of things. So the state preparation is hard because you need really low losses. The rest of it, so maybe the rest of it is really just this chip. So state preparation is then multiplexed with these triangles. These multiplexing devices so have been used in photonics technology for a long time. So you can think of if we need some kind of a switch that takes light from one input port to one output port and changes very quickly. This is something that telecommunications engineers have decades of experience in. The rest of it is one optical loop. Currently, there's inline squeezing. This is hard, but in future iterations of this architecture, it will be removed. Homodyne detection then has to be performed on the chip. This is simple photodiode, so some semiconductor-based detectors, and this also has been demonstrated on the chip. So I would say that this architecture was designed keeping in mind what are the real-world constraints in today's hardware and how we can actually meet those constraints.
So this looks actually scalable, right? I mean, even today.
Yeah, I think this is the hope, of course. So yeah, I guess this is a good question because also it gives me a possibility to talk about the challenges. Of course, currently many of these things look scalable. So in principle, if we need to go to hundreds, or even thousands of such gadgets on a single silicon photonics chip, this seems to be straightforward. The challenge could be in putting together a few chips. So there, I think we will need some low loss interconnects between the different silicon photonics chips. So yeah, this would be a challenge. Maybe another challenge that I can highlight is that the GKP qubits need to be coupled to this chip in a phase stable manner. So we need to make sure that the length of the optical path from the GBS device to this chip is stable to the length of actually the wavelength of light. So it shouldn't fluctuate too much. Yeah, thanks for the question though.
Wavelength of light here is, sorry, I mean, I'm curious, I'm getting curious.
Yeah.
So the wavelength of light in this case is microwave, right? In your case.
No, so this would be 1550. This would be all telecommunication. So because there are optical fibers that are connecting things, we would need to have low loss. So telecom wavelengths.
All right, so I should read this up here. Okay, thank you very much. Are
Yeah,
there
thanks for
more
the
questions? Thomas, yeah, please ask your second question.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask another question. So I just want to know, in this measurement-based quantum computing, you need to also be very fast in kind of changing your measurements and so forth. I mean, how do you, the complexity of controlling millions of qubits is really a challenge. I mean, because, we don't know, I wouldn't know how to do this. So how fast are you, and do you really think you can do that?
100%. I think this is, along with the two challenges that I mentioned, this is the third big challenge. So we need to be super fast in taking the homodyne detection, processing it, identifying where a qubit level error happened, and then feeding that back to the local oscillator phase to actually correct for that error. This has to be done at the scale of nanoseconds. I would say currently we are very far away from that, so orders of magnitude. But at the same time, not all is lost because so typically there are, so in silicon photonics, there are ways to actually have situations where you have a photonics chip and just under that photonics chip, you have custom built electronics that is basically manufactured along the same way. And these electronics can very quickly get signal from these silicon photonic chips and then feed it back to the chip. So this is in the form of these ASICs. And with these are also supposed to be, so in principle, they can be faster than FPGAs. They can definitely be much faster than the computer that I'm using to present this slideshow now. So in principle, there are possible approaches that can get us there. But yeah, I think we agree that this is a big challenge.
Thanks.
All right, so let me thank Ish again for a wonderful talk. And I would request Sandeep for if he has any announcement for the end of session.
No, we just thank the three speakers of the session, and we move on to the next session. And I invite Anand to chair that session.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Anand. I'm a low temperature physicist at IISER Mohali. So I'm glad to chair this session with two former students of IISER Mohali. And the first one happened to be my first TA in IISER Mohali, a very hardworking guy. So let me introduce Dev Malya Das, who worked with Professor Arvind. And so he got his PhD from under Professor Arvind. Then he did a postdoc at HRI for a brief period of time. And now he's a postdoc at University of Rochester. I guess that's a place to be if you are doing optics. And His interests are in weak measurements, weak values, continuous quantum measurements, and quantum heat intelligence. So today he's talking, his title is Exchanging the Grins of Two Quantum Cheshire Cats. That sounds like a very interesting topic. So let me not stand further between you and this interesting talk. So Devmalya, you can start your slides.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
So is this visible?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesan. And let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me to present my talk at this conference. And so today I'm going to present my work, which is exchanging the grins of two quantum Cheshire cats. And this work was mainly done during my stay at HRI with Professor Arun Kumar Pati. So let me begin the talk. Okay, for some reason I can't change the slides.
Have a PDF or?
Yeah, this is a PDF.
Maybe just try representing it, just
okay,
unpresent and represent it might work.
Let me try again. No, it's the same problem again. Should I share the PPT?
Try that, it might work. I thought Zoom should not care about this software, but might be some.
Yes. Can you see the slides now?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is a brief plan of my talk. So first, I will briefly introduce weak values and then move on to the previous work on quantum Cheshire cat, and then we will move on to exchanging the grins of two quantum Cheshire cats. But let us first begin with discussing about weak values. So first, some basic quantum measurement. So when we are trying to measure an observable A, so when we are trying to measure an observable A, so we have a quantum system, and to measure the observable, we bring in a second system, which we call a meter. And the system and the meter are initially in this separable state. And we are interacting the system and the meter by means of this Hamiltonian. So which has terms like, okay, so this A here is the observable that I am trying to measure. And okay, let me first discuss about the meter state. The meter state that I have chosen presently is, so the wave function of the meter state is a Gaussian in Q, which I call the meter variable. And as you can see that the interaction Hamiltonian contains a term P, which is a momentum conjugate to this meter variable. And then we have this term G, this factor G, which is a coupling between the system and the meter. And I also consider that this Hamiltonian is, I mean, this interaction is like momentary. So during a time t prime, it briefly interacts, the system and the meter briefly interact, and then the interaction stops. And so now based on this Hamiltonian, I can write a unitary operator. So this is a joint unitary operating on the system and the meter. And this takes me to a state which looks like this. Now this is a series of Gaussians, as you can notice the summation here. So this is like a series of Gaussians which are centered over the eigenvalues of the observable A. So you have a series of Gaussians now. And then the collapse occurs. And when the collapse occurs, you get one of these states. So, I mean, one of the meter shows one of these readings here. And based on where that reading is, which Gaussian that corresponds to, I get the corresponding AJ as my result. And this occurs with a probability this, as we all know. So I again can't change my slides. Hello?
Devmali, I think once you try to log out the Zoom and try joining the meeting again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometime...
Can I say something? I think
Yes.
if you press on the, if you go with your mouse to the left lower corner, then you can click on the change of the slides there. Yeah.
Yes, yes, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so so moving on to the next slide. So the case that we just saw now, I mean, there we had well-separated Gaussians, and the inbuilt assumption in that is the coupling between the system and the meter that is large, or epsilon, which is, if I go back to the previous slide, so this epsilon here that is related to the spread of the Gaussian. So larger the value of epsilon, smaller the spread. Smaller the value of epsilon, larger the sorry, yeah, it's the opposite. Larger the value of epsilon, smaller the spread, and smaller the value of epsilon, larger the spread. So if G is made small and epsilon is made small, then we have a series of overlapping Gaussians. And this corresponds to the regime of weak measurements, because in this case, we will have a small back action on the system. And that is necessary for what we do next. So in case of projective measurements, I have I'm measuring an observable A, and so that will lead to the various eigenstates of A with different probabilities. And all I can do is calculate the expectation value of A here. But now, in 1988, Aharonov, Albert, and Wadman, they came up with this idea in which they were trying to weakly measure the observable A here. And then on the resulting state, they were performing a strong measurement of B. And then they select only one of the outcomes of the second measurement. And in doing so, what they found was that corresponding to all the states of the ensemble in which you get this state psi f, your meter for the weak measurement, so they form a distribution which is centered over a value AW, where AW is given by where this is the value of AW, and this is known as the weak value of the observable A. So weak value, it is often interpreted as the value of an observable between two strong measurements. So in the case that I showed you just now, it is one of the first strong measurement is creating the pre-selected state, the state that is going in as input. And the second strong measurement is a measurement of the observable B. And one of the properties of weak value is that it can lie outside the eigenvalue spectrum, and then it also can be complex. So now let us use the concept of weak values to discuss about quantum Cheshire cat. So I have a setup based on a Mach-Zehnder interferometer. So I'm sending in a photon with polarization, horizontal polarization, which I call H. And it is going into this beam splitter BS1. So this system here, I mean, this arrangement here jointly creates a pre-selection. So as you can see, there is a reflection towards the left arm and a transmission towards the right arm. So I create this pre-selected state here, which is given by psi. And then after the pre-selection, I have some meters here. So actually there are 2 meters here and 2 meters here. On the left, there are 2 meters. On the right, there are 2 meters. And they are performing two types of measurements, basically. So they are measuring which way the photon went. And to do that, they are measuring the observables pi L, which is like the projection operator on the left arm, and pi R. And then they're also measuring, the other meters are also measuring which way the circular polarization went. So to do that, they are measuring these observables here, where this sigma z, that is given by plus plus minus minus minus, which are, I mean, just a change of basis from H and V. So V is the vertical polarization, H, as we know that as I defined, is the horizontal polarization. Sorry. So now there is a block which performs post-selection. So the post-selection is performed jointly by these elements, which is a half-wave plate, a phase shifter, then there is a second beam splitter BS2, a polarization beam splitter, and 3 detectors D1, D2, and D3. So the half-wave plate that flips a horizontal polarization into a vertical polarization and vice versa. The phase shifter adds a phase factor I. BS2 is chosen such that it allows only this state to pass towards the polarization beam splitter, and any other state will go towards the detector D2. The polarization beam splitter transmits horizontal polarization towards D1 and reflects vertical polarization towards D3. So, and after that, only the clicks of D1 are selected. So it seems that only when the state entering this post-selection block is given by this state psi f, we get clicks for D1. For any other state entering the post-selection block, we will get clicks of the detectors D2 and D3. So by selecting the clicks of D1 alone, we post-select the state psi f. So next, what are the weak values that are being measured by these meters here? So first set of weak values are, so the weak value of pi L turns out to be 1. The weak value of pi R turns out to be 0. So the conclusion is the photon is found in the only in the left arm. Whereas you see that the weak value of pi ZL, which is a measurement, which is a kind of measurement of the detection of the circular polarization position. So that is 0 in the left arm and 1 in the right arm. So that means the circular polarization can be found only in the right arm. So now the photon has traveled through the left arm while the circular polarization has traveled through the right arm. So polarization, which is a property, can now exist independent of the system in that region. So the polarization is in the right arm while the photon is in the left arm, and the polarization is existing without the presence of the photon in the right arm. So this is reminiscent of an event in Alice in Wonderland, where Alice meets a character called Cheshire Cat. And so one of the conversation goes between Alice and Cheshire Cat goes on like this. "All right," said the cat, and this time it vanished quite slowly, beginning with the end of the tail and ending with the grin, which remained some time after the rest of it had gone. "Well, I have often seen a cat without a grin," thought Alice, "but a grin without a cat, it is the most curious thing I ever saw in my life." So essentially, this is what happens in the setup of quantum Cheshire Cat. So the cat goes through one arm and the grin goes through the other arm. So now I'll talk about our work, in which we take two quantum Cheshire Cats and exchange their grins. So this is the setup. So let us concentrate on the bottom part of the setup, because I don't think I'll be able to discuss the post-selection part in that detail. So the pre-selection is, so we, instead of, so first of all, if you can observe that it consists of two overlapping Mach-Zehnder interferometers here. So the left, so the right arm of, okay, so this part I call unprimed half, and this part I call primed half. So the right part of the unprimed half goes to the output of the primed half, and the left arm of the primed half goes to the output of the unprimed half. So that is how I have built this arrangement. And now we send two photons, unprimed and primed, with polarizations H and H prime. So I send a photon having polarization H here, and I send a photon having polarization H prime here. And then there are these beam splitters BS1 and BS2, which in a similar way what we had seen last time, it is creating this pre-selected state. So it is this is basically a separable state. I mean, containing, I mean, you have a pre-selection here, you have a pre-selection here, and this is a separable state written in a different form. So now what weak measurements are we performing? Similar to last time, we are performing weak measurements of photon position and circular polarization position in 4 arms now. And the definition of sigma z remains the same as last time. So the polarization, regarding the polarization, this is a complex arrangement of these beam splitters from 2 to 7, both on the unprimed half and the primed half, and 4 polarization beam splitters, these detectors, and by selecting the cliques of D1 alone, we are post-selecting this state. This is an entangled state now. And so what happens next? Now, to observe this effect, I mean, we also wanted to make sure that this is not some kind of superposition effect that is happening. So what we did was we introduced a meter and we modeled the meter and modeled the interaction between the system and the meter. So suppose we are measuring the photon position. So we are performing the measurement of pi L. So we apply a joint unitary U pi L on the photon and the meter. So what is the meter we have considered? We are considering a meter which is a two-level system defined in 0m and 1m basis and initialized in the state 0m. So as you can see, so these operators, they act on, there are 5 different subspaces here. So the first one is the left arm of the unprimed half. The second one is, sorry. So the first one is the left photon and position of the left photon, and the second one is the polarization of the left photon. This is the right photon and the polarization of the right photon. And finally, this is the meter we have attached. So this Z here, this Z is defined like this. And there are other operators R, theta, G, which are defined like this. And G is related to the coupling between the photon and the meter. So what we do is we make G small such that only the first order in G makes significant contribution. And by doing that, what we get is like the meter is thrown into a state. So starting from the state 0, the meter is thrown into a state where the shift is proportional to the weak value of pi L. So now we will see that what these shifts turn out to be. So first of all, regarding the photon position, so the photon position in the left arm, that the weak value of that turns out to be 1. For the right arm of the unprimed half, the weak value turns out to be 0, and then 0 and 1 for the left primed and the right primed arms. So the unprimed photon is found in the left unprimed arm, primed photon is found on the right primed arm. So the reverse thing happens in case of the positions of the circular polarization. So the unprimed circular polarization is found in the right unprimed arm, and the primed circular polarization is found in the left primed arm. So since the right unprimed arm is connected to the output of the primed half and the left primed arm is connected to the output of the unprimed half, this means that the circular polarizations of the photons get exchanged at BS2 and BS2 prime. So whatever circular polarization we started off with over here, that has gone here, and whatever circular polarization we started off here has gone here, while the photons have stayed in their respective halves. So this is what has happened. And maybe this is an implication that the belongingness of a property of a physical system is volatile in the quantum world. So to conclude, we have proposed a setup to decouple the polarizations from two photons and then exchange them. We have treated the meters measuring the positions of the photons and the polarizations quantum mechanically, so that so in all previous works, there has been a criticism that this can be a kind of classical superposition effect. So we have taken care not to go there. And then perhaps this hints that in the quantum world, the property of a physical system cannot be claimed as its own. It is some other entity's properties that the system can own for the moment. So this work was done, as I said, in HRI with Professor Arun Kumar Pati and published earlier this year. And then there was also an experiment based on this work. by this group. And I thank the organization, the audience for their attention. Thank you.
Any questions? It was an interesting talk. Thank you. And the floor is open for questions. You can raise your hand or switch on your video, whichever is convenient, or start talking.
Okay, why can't I see the video?
Some people have their video on. Arvind, you had a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Arvind,
well,
please.
I wanted to say hello to Demalya in the beginning, but my network conked out. So, hi, Demalya.
Hi, hi.
See, in condensed matter physics, there have been these results about Luttinger liquids where spin and charge decouple. So you have electrons where charge can flow in one direction and spin can be moving in the other direction. Do you see any connection of this kind of a decoupling in Luttinger liquids with the kind of decoupling of properties that you are talking about?
Okay, I haven't thought about that. Maybe it's a good idea to look into that.
I hope someone discovers a Luttinger liquid first. That'll also be a great thing. Yeah, any other questions from the audience? Would you suggest any solid state system? Arvind already asked about a solid state system. Other than Luttinger liquids, can you think of any other solid state systems?
I don't know. I mean, I have only considered photonic systems. In fact, the experiment that was done was also done with photons.
Yeah.
So they took a cluster state as hyperentangled cluster state as this post-selected state. Solid state systems, yeah, I don't know really.
Well, maybe there's an analog you can try working on. Might be interesting. Okay, there are no questions. Let's thank the speaker, but you are free to type your questions if something comes across your mind. So let me introduce the next speaker, who is also from IISER Mohali. Next speaker is Harpreet Singh, who also got his PhD from IISER. Currently, he's a postdoctoral fellow at the Faculty of Physics at Technical University of Dortmund. He's presently working on silicon vacancies in silicon carbide using optical detection of magnetic resonance. His title is Spin 3 half silicon vacancy centers in silicon carbide. I'm pretty sure this is a hot contender for NV centers in some sense. Do you agree, Harpreet?
Yes, of course. This is from where I will start, actually.
Okay.
So thanks for giving me a nice start.
Yeah, so let's all hear this talk. Okay? I'll stop my video.
Yeah, thank you.
You can start, Harpreet.
Can you share? Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Anant, for giving a nice introduction. So the topic of my talk is spin 3x2 silicon vacancy centers in silicon carbide. So this is the outline of my talk. So first I will give an introduction to the silicon carbide and its polytype, and then the kind of vacancies present in it. And we will mainly focus on the silicon vacancies. Of course, it have carbon vacancies also. And then I will talk about ODMR and the setup we use. And then I will talk about the optical spin alignment of one particular type of silicon vacancy, which is V1 and V3 type of silicon vacancy. And then we will model that optical alignment. And at last, I will conclude my talk. So presently, I'm working with Professor Zuter at the Technical University Dortmund, as Professor Anand said. And I'm also working with Professor Barnov and Dr. Andreas from Loffe Institute, St. Petersburg, Russia. So they are providing us samples of silicon carbide. So I must admit that we are not making sample. So we have made a setup to study the silicon carbide silicon vacancies in the silicon carbide, but the sample is provided by Professor Barnov's group from St. Petersburg. So as uh, already mentioned that uh, so there is defects in the wide band gap material, and diamond is one of the material which is known for NV centers. So NV centers, and especially the NV negative. So basically, if you replace two of the carbon, one with nitrogen and one as it is as a vacancy. So if this vacancy capture an extra electron, it form NV negative, and which have an interesting property that it have, first of all, it have a energy levels in the valence and conduction band, so it is well isolated. And then another interesting property of NV negative is that it have this singlet state here, so which when you shine a laser of 532 nanometer, so basically it excites the population of ground state of vacancy to the excited state, and some of the population goes to the this singlet state, and where it have a preference to go to the cat 0 state. And so basically with the radiation of this light optical excitation, it get polarized. So this is a very interesting property, and which make it useful for basically for the quantum information and also the magnetic sensing applications. And it have another interesting property, these NV centers, that it have a long relaxation time, and it have a very stable centers. And so due to the long coherence time, we can implement quantum gates, and we can do the quantum information processing on it. But it have a little problem, and that is a very big problem, that the fabrication of these kind of centers, basically implantation of nitrogen and vacancy, is a bit difficult, because the fabrication techniques for the diamond is not well developed. So the alternative is silicon carbide. Uh, so in the silicon carbide, we have again some centers which are basically optically polarized, and one of them is a silicon vacancy center. So if the silicon is missing from this lattice, and this you can very easily do by bombarding electrons or protons or neutrons, and you can basically create a vacancy here. And the another interesting thing about the silicon carbide is it is used by the electronic industries. So basically you can very easily get a wafers of like a few centimeters, 10 centimeter, 20 centimeter, and but getting a diamond of in centimeters is really difficult, because you cannot fabricate it. Recently I was attending one talk of Dr. Case, Professor Kesa from Stuttgart. So he was saying that the maximum length of the dam is they made is like 7 centimeter, and after that it again starts shrinking. So I did not understand, but yeah, it's difficult to fabricate the wafers of diamond. So but it's very very much pretty easily readily available. You can buy it from market, the silicon wafers. So and also you can actually make a vacancies where you want. So that technique is already developed. So basically you can make an array of vacancies very easily in this silicon carbide. Now, again, this silicon carbide also have a wide band gap. It's 3 to 4 electron volt, depending upon the polytype. And it also have that if you create a defect, that defect also have a well separated levels in between this conduction and valence, and you can optically polarize some of the centers, and because of the presence of this shelving state, and this shelving state polarize when you shine a laser. And so basically we can use it for whatever the NV center is doing, we can do with the silicon carbide also. Plus it have certain more advantage. The advantage is that the zero phonon line is in the range of the defects of silicon carbide have a range in the IR range. So basically it's from 860 to 1200 nanometer. So, but in a nitrogen vacancy, the zero phonon line is in the almost visible, so 637 nanometer. So it's kind of orange light. So I think in the previous talk, they already talk about the telecommunication are in the range of 550 nanometers. So the defects, silicon defects are closer, and so it have a low loss as compared to the nitrogen vacancy, which have 637. So dissipation, if you couple your vacancy with an optical fiber, so this silicon defects have a lower dissipation. So this make it further interesting for the quantum communication purpose. To converting the flying qubit into a solid state qubit, it is a very good candidate, but of course it have certain problems, which is I'm focusing now. So it's a matter of detail. Now coming to the silicon polytypes. So silicon exists in more than 250 polytypes. So the naming is, you will find that all the silicon carbides start with some number 3C and then silicon carbide. So this number is basically the number of repeating layers. So for example, let's take the example of 6H silicon carbide. So here we have a 6 layer A, B, C, A, C, B. So this is the layers. So basically how this layering is repeating, that define the number. So here in this silicon carbide, after 6 layers, it start repetition. So we call it 6, and then this H is stand for the lattice side. So basically here, if you see from the A and B exit side, so you have this hexagonal shape lattice. So that's why it is written here H. Similarly for 4H also, we have 4 layers, and then it have a hexagonal lattice. For the 3C, so it have a 3 repetition layer, ABC, then again ABC, and it have a cubic lattice. So similarly, there are some other well-known, that is 15R silicon carbide. It have a rhombic lattice and 15 layers of repetition. And now in the rest of the talk, I will focus on this 6S silicon carbide, but you will find a lot of papers on 4S silicon carbide. So there is relatively less research has been done on the vacancies in 6S silicon carbide. So this 6H silicon carbide have a 3 type of vacancies. So you can see that it have a 3 lattices, H, K1 and K2. So H is a hexagonal lattice, and K1 is cubic. K1 and K2 are the 2 different lattices. So basically, if you remove silicon from the K1, so it form a different kind of vacancy, which have a slightly different properties in the terms of zero field splitting and some resonance, some relaxation properties, and also the optical alignment properties. And if you remove the silicon from the hexagonal lattice, so basically you have a different kind of silicon vacancy. And if you remove from the K2 lattice, it have a different kind of properties. So basically in 6H, we have a 3 kind of vacancies, silicon vacancies. Depending upon the from which lattice side we have removed the silicon. Now, the structure of this silicon vacancy is like this. So you have a silicon vacancy here. So there is no silicon, and it is surrounded by this 4 carbon, and this is a C-axis which have a bond slightly longer than the other 3 bonds. So it have a trigonal pyramidal symmetry. So C3 structure. And now coming to the experimental part, to see the this optical characterization optical characterization of this vacancy. So we first measure the PL, and we placed our sample in a flow cryostat, which is a helium flow cryostat, and we can go up to 4 to 3 Kelvin with certain arrangement, but easily we can go up to 5 Kelvin with this flow cryostat. And we shine our sample with a laser of 785, and which is a tunable laser. So you can go like 810, 820. So after that, we collected the PL with the help of these two lenses. And here we have a filter of 850 nanometer. And then we pass the signal from the monochromator to APD. This is avalanche photodiode. So, and then that signal goes to the lock-in amplifier. And from the lock-in amplifier, we can record the signal by putting a reference of chopper. And the recorded signal is at 4.5 Kelvin. We can easily see the three zero phonon lines. And we labeled it V1, V2, and V3. And now, as the temperature increased, it is covered by the side bands. So you can see still some shoulders at a room temperature, some shoulders for that zero phonon line, but of course it is covered by the side bands very much. Previously, in the paper in PRB 2000, it has been shown that some theoretical calculation that this V1 zero phonon line is due to the K1. When the silicon is missing from the K1 lattice site, it form a V1 type of vacancy. And when the silicon is missing from the K2 lattice site, from the V3 type of vacancy. And V2 is due to the silicon missing from the hexagonal lattice side. But recently it has been shown by the Gully in this paper that that calculation was wrong, and this V3 and V2 is due to the K1 and K2 lattice side, and this V1 is due to the H lattice side. So now coming to the next part, which is the energy level diagram. So this silicon vacancy have this silicon vacancy have a negative charge and spin 3/2. But at a zero magnetic field, so plus minus half and plus minus 3/2 are degenerated. So for the V1 and V3, the zero field splitting is minus 28, and for V2 type of vacancy, it is 128. And the cat 0 here is representing the plus minus 3/2 for the V1 and V3 vacancy, and cat 1 is representing the plus minus half energy level of this V2 vacancy. Now, this cat 1 is representing plus minus half for V1 and V3, and for V2 it is plus minus 3. And similarly, the excited states are like this. And so basically, when we shine a laser, some of the population goes up and some go to the shelving state. And from the shelving states, the population, mostly 80% population goes to the cat 1. In the both of the vacancy, it is shown in this paper, which is by the Professor Barnovs only. So now the another thing is that the signal due to the PL signal due to the population present in this plus minus 3 and plus minus half, it is observed that it is delta more if we assume that delta more when the population is in plus minus 3/2 and delta less when it is plus minus half. So the total signal is basically proportional to the population, sum of the population of plus minus 3/2 minus the sum of the population of plus minus half. So so the total signal which we observe, ODMR signal, is corresponding to this value. Now coming to the CW ODMR. So basically ODMR is optically detected magnetic resonance technique. So here we are actually detecting the signal optically instead of the traditional where we actually detect the signal of the ensemble by the electrical signal only. But here we just excite and optically excite and record the signal optically. So in this we have a laser, we shine and we collect the PL in the APD, and we apply RF using this digital direct digital synthesizer, which produce RF, and this is basically a programmable function generator, basically switch off and switch on, and that reference is feed to the lock-in, and this RF signal is amplified with this amplifier, and then we put a wire, and we terminate it with a 50 ohm resistance, and we recorded the signal. So this is AudioMR signal we recorded using this setup, and zero magnetic field, and this peak, as I said, that at zero magnetic field, it have a D, zero field splitting. 2D is 28 megahertz. So we found one peak corresponding to that frequency, and there is another peak at 128 megahertz, which is correspond to the V2 type of vacancy. So this is AudioMR, which we recorded using this setup, and then we applied a magnetic field, 3-directional, and so this is a Hamiltonian. So this is a zero field splitting terms, and this is a Zeeman interaction term. So so this is the plot of this Hamiltonian energy level according to this Hamiltonian, and so we can see this transition nu1 and nu3 experimentally with a traditional AudioMR setup. This, and so it is here. So basically these lines are due to the nu1, and this is due to the nu3, and this is for the V1 and V3 type of vacancies, nu1 and nu2 line. Now, for observing this nu2 type of transition, we have to do a little bit more. So because the population in this plus minus half is almost equal, so we cannot see any line. If we apply magnetic field, we do not see the transition between these these two levels, plus minus half. So to see that, we need to create a we need to add another DDS, and with that DDS, we basically generate a population difference between half and plus half and minus half, and then we sweep the frequency of DDS1, and we can see one peak corresponding to the nu2 transition. So in principle, we can actually see all three transitions with a little bit effort. Now, coming to the AudioMR versus RF power characteristics. So so when we increase the RF power, so the signal also increase. So the maximum signal for nu1 and for V1 and V3 type of vacancy is 0.21, and it is quite low. And the cause of less signal is because the total signal we are measuring, and it is an ensemble, so it's the signal is coming from the all type of vacancies, and another thing is that the most of the population is going to the shelving state, so that's why we are getting the less PL. So for the maximum signal for the nu2 for the V2 vacancy is 0.07, which is further less at room temperature, but if you increase the temperature, so the rates change from shelving state to ground state, and you can see some difference. We have done that experiment, but it is not published yet. So basically this intensity goes down and this intensity increased. So maybe when we write the paper, so I will give again talk. So here the line width also increase as expected. So the minimum line width, so basically 0 RF is for V1 and V3 is 6.19 megahertz, and for V2 it is 7.88 megahertz. So these are the RF characteristics of these vacancies. Now coming to the pulse ODMR part. So for the pulse ODMR setup, we need a laser pulses. For making the laser pulses, we basically change this, we put this AOM. So this is this basically, with the help of our AOM, we can produce produce a laser pulses, and this is controlled by this RF and RF switches. And so basically, we block one of the order and pass the other first order light, and that create basically a pulse of laser. And again, rest of the setup is same here. Now, but now we are using oscilloscope instead of lock-in, as in the last setup I have shown for the CW ODMR. So we collect the signal in the oscilloscope and average it so many times. And for applying this for applying RF pulses, we use AWG, which is an arbitrary wave generator, wave pattern generator. So basically you can generate any shape of pulses with it, or alternative is that you can use DDS and some RF switches for creating a pulses. But the advantage of AWG is that you can create any kind of pulse, and you can basically apply the any kind of pulse pattern with this AWG. So, and this AWG and this oscilloscope is triggered by this digital word generator, which is a spin core pulse blaster, and it creates some TTL pulses. And so basically you can sync your experiment using this DWG. And here one more difference is that here now I am using a coil and some tuning matching capacitors for a particular because I want to apply a high power, and so that the impedance should be 50 ohm matching. For impedance matching, I'm using this tuning and matching, and this for the homogeneity purposes, I added this handmade coils, Helmholtz coils, so that I can apply a pulse. And yeah, so with this again I can apply magnetic field. So with this setup, I basically measure the Rabi frequency for the all three type of vacancies. So for the V1 and V3, I applied around 16 watt RF power, and I obtain 8.36 megahertz Rabi frequency with the for the V2 vacancy, and for V1 V3 it is 12.44 megahertz, and of course the T2 star is 204 nanosecond for the V2, and for V1 and V3 it is 99 and 99.29 nanosecond. And the sample which I used have a more carbon as compared to the silicon. So it have a carbon percentage is around 4.7%, and silicon is 0.07, I think. And I have another sample also, so which have the almost inverted concentration of silicon and carbon nuclei. So I measure the T1, and using this pulse sequence, so I applied 300 microsecond pulse, so basically which polarize the system. And then I give a delay of T1, and then I apply pi pulse of 28 megahertz for V1 and V3, and 128 megahertz for the V2 type of vacancy. And then I measure the signal, and this signal is subtracted from the reference experiment, which is basically almost same except this pi pulse. And I got this T1 relaxation rate for V1, and when V3 it is 142 microsecond, and for V2 it is 107 microsecond. And similarly, I measure FID using this sequence. So here I use Ramsey pulse sequence. So basically I applied pi by after the polarizing the spin using the vacancy spin, system in using 300 microsecond laser pulse. I apply this pi pulse, a pi by 2 pulse of in the x axis, and then I gave a delay tau f, and then I apply pi by 2 pulse, and then I measure the signal. And again, I repeated this, but in the first experiment it was positive x, and in the next experiment I give this minus x, and the total both signal is subtracted, and I got this FID signals for both type of centers. And T2 star is 38 nanosecond for V1 and V3, and T2 star for V2 is 31 nanosecond. Similarly, we measure the spin echo. The only difference is that we extra pi pulse here, and so the spin echo time is 3.3 microsecond, and for the other center, which is V1 and for V2 it is 3.3 and microsecond, and for V1 and V3 it is 3.7 microsecond. So here is a summary. So basically, I have already shown the results for this, and recently we got another sample from Loft Institute, so which have basically concentration of carbon is less, which is 1.1%, and for silicon is 4.7%. So the T1 and T2, you can see that there are some difference in T1 and T2, and I do not expected the difference of T1 because the concentration of this spin nuclei should not affect T1, but it may be possible that some of the other impurities present which are different in both two samples. So that's why the difference is coming. But in this sample, we have a better relaxation rate. So T1 is 166 microsecond, and for V2, it is 116 microsecond. And T2 star for V1, V3, it is 134 nanosecond, and for V2, it is 42 nanosecond. And the spin echo time is 7.1 as compared to the more carbon, it is 3.7 here, so which is quite large, and for V2 it is 4.6 microsecond. So this is expected because this carbon have a is actually the immediate neighbor of the vacancy, so it is highly coupled. It have a more hyperfine coupling, so it's the order of it's basically around 80 megahertz to 100 megahertz depending upon the sample, and the silicon have a hyperfine coupling of 8 megahertz. So but the advantage of this is if you have a carbon, more carbon, so it have advantage of that you can use it as a quantum memory for storing, because you have a more hyperfine coupling. So basically you have a better quantum control, so you can use vacancy and store the information in a carbon, because it have a very means order more than the silicon. So you can actually you can develop a fast control. But again, means if you have a more concentration of carbon, so your relaxation time decrease. So finding a exact concentration of carbon 13 and coherence effect is also a problem, which is basically people are working so that they develop a system which basically have carbons which are easily findable. You can find a system which have a coupling spins silicon vacancy system which is coupled to the carbon and easily find. And because if you have a very less concentration of carbon 13, it's difficult to find the sample. Basically such a system which have a silicon vacancy and carbon 13. So for that you have to increase the percentage of carbon 13, but increasing the carbon 13 again create a problem, which is that it have that your system, your silicon vacancy have less relaxation time. So you have to be a bit careful. Okay, coming to the next part of the talk, which is basically optical spin alignment. So by the way, I forgot to mention that these results are already published in this work, and this is not published. Now coming to the other part. So basically this is optical spin alignment of V1 and V3 type of silicon vacancy. So here I will only talk about this V1 and V3, because the spin alignment we studied at room temperature. At room temperature, this vacancy have a higher signal. So we actually focused on this only. But we believe that V2 also have a similar property. Of course, some rates are different. So, but the method will be the same. Now coming again back to the energy level diagrams. So at the room temperature, when there is no optical excitation, so you have a population like this. So all four levels are equally populated. And when you apply some non-resonating laser pulse, so most of the population goes to the higher levels, and then from the excited 3/2 level, it come to the basically spontaneous emission happen, and it emit PL, and some of the population goes to the shelving state also, as I mentioned earlier. So for this analysis, I just ignore the value population which is going to the shelving state to plus minus 3/2 levels, because in RF experiment we can only measure the population difference. So basically we can ignore. So the total density matrix of this ground state can be represented by this sigma, and so we can split our density matrix, and this is a sub ensemble, and this sub ensemble is represented by this rho, and this P is like 80%. So basically you can add here 0.8. So yeah, now for studying the optical alignment, so first we choose the magnetic field, which is 3.7 millitesla, and then we measure the Rabi frequency of all three transition, nu1, nu2, nu3, and we need actually 3 channels if we use the capacitor tuning matching circuit. To avoid this thing, I just used a non-resonating circuit. Of course, we need to pump more RF power, but the idea is that we just need 1 channel only. So, and we don't need to tune it and retune it again and again. So basically all the setup is same except this this part. So here I am using now non-resonating circuit. So for measuring the Rabi of this new one and new 3 is as I shown the same sequence as it was shown earlier for the relaxation part. So so basically I just applied the RF of I think here it's some 20 megahertz, 20 watt power, and so I can measure the Rabi frequency of new 1 and new 3. And then for measuring the new 2, so I use the new sequence, which is basically you need to first apply a pi pulse of new 1 frequency, and which basically put the population from this level to the 3/2 level. And then again, you need to apply this RF pulse of new 2 frequency, which basically transfers some of the population from minus half to plus half. And then again, you apply a pi pulse of new 1 transition. So it basically interchanges the population, and we can measure. So using this sequence, I measure this new 2 frequency also. So yeah, so sorry, the power was wrong. So this is the summary basically. So with the power of 30 watt, I able to get 7.68 megahertz, and with the 36 watt power for the new 2, I got a Rabi frequency 9.81, and for with again 36 watt power, and for new 2, I got a Rabi frequency 8.31 megahertz. Okay, so now coming to the relaxation model for the spin 3/2 system. So in a ground state, when there is no optical excitation, so at room temperature, all the populations are equal, all the levels are equally populated, and we believe that not believe, but experimentally also we observe that this gamma, these two plus minus plus plus minus 3 by 2 plus minus half is equilibrating with the rate equal rate gamma, and plus minus half is equilibrium with the rate of alpha. So this is a relaxation matrix, and rho is representing the populations of all 4 levels, and this is basically eigenvalues of this matrix, and this is eigenvectors. So basically you can get a solution depending upon the initial states, which is rho here, and so this is the general solution, and value of C1 and C2 for this general solution is this. And we actually selected this particular state. This state is basically plus minus 3 by 2 have no population, and plus minus have an equal population, half. And we use this pulse sequence. We apply this pi pulse. So basically this sequence is almost same every time. So we apply this 300 microsecond to polarize the spins, and then we give a delay, and then a pi pulse of new one, and then apply a 4 microsecond laser pulse for getting the for recording the signal, and we subtract it from the reference experiment, which is basically the same experiment except this pi pulse. And we recorded the signal with a different tau 1, and we get this gamma value, and which is 6.8. So basically the average of both, and so it's very close actually in the error bar. Now for measuring the alpha rate, we have to do the little bit more efforts. So we need to apply, after polarizing with a laser pulse, we need to apply a pi pulse, which actually switch the populations, and then again apply this 2 pi pulses, and then a delay, and then this pulse of nu2, and then again this pi pulse of nu1 frequency, and then we measure the signal, and after this major signal is subtracted from the reference experiment, which have basically all the sequence same except this pi pulse. So we get the population difference of nu2 rho 22 minus rho 33, these 2 levels, and basically we fit this experimental data in this equation by putting the gamma value and alpha, and this zeta is basically alpha under root of alpha square plus gamma square here. So by plugging the value of gamma and fitting this data, we got alpha is equal to 9.3 plus minus 0.4 per millisecond. So here is the summary of this experiment. So basically we can measure both rates with this set of pulse sequences. And now coming to the pumping dynamics. So as I already mentioned that population, when we excite it, population goes from here, from ground state to upper, and from the shelving state, it come back to this level more. But the question is that is this population, if you basically if you have a population in this plus 3 by 2 state, if you excite it, it come back to the rho by 2, or it can go to the other 4 levels also. So it have some memory or no memory. So to address this problem, we actually choose 3 states. One is of course thermal state. For preparing it, we don't need any kind of special preparation. And another 2 states are basically one state have a plus half and minus 3 by 2 equal population. And for preparing this, we use a laser and a pi pulse of nu3 frequency. And another state we chose is minus half and minus 3 by 2 state is equally populated, and we use this sequence for preparing that state. So basically this is a journal sequence, and we basically prepare a state, and then we apply a laser for certain time and measure the different population difference values, which using these pi pulses. This is basically R is representing the rotation corresponding to the pi pulses and of different frequencies. So using this sequence, we can measure all the population difference, and basically we get the actual populations, and we can model the system. So here is the these are the experimental values we measured using this sequence, and we can measure the population differences, and then these population differences and with using the normalization condition, we can actually convert in in the population. So this is pretty much as we do in the NMR quantum computing. So basically we get the populations with the time and different time of the laser duration. So you can see that when we shine a laser, so population from this state, it comes to after some longer time, it become like plus minus half states are equally and more populated. And for the other states, also we did the similar experiment, and it's basically now here plus half and minus 3/2 have a equal population. We shine a laser and it comes to again back to this. And so these are the experimental points, and these lines are representing the model which we made, which I will explain just now after this slide. Similarly for the other state, so again it come back to this this final state. So every time it's coming, and so basically we now propose the model. So the model is that we actually propose a simple model, and we added this delta, which is depend upon the laser intensity. And so here is the new transformation metrics, which include relaxation rates as well as this delta rates. And so this is the stationary state corresponding to the to this matrix. And now this is the eigenvectors, and these are the eigenvalues. So this is a general solution, and so we so using this this general solution, and depending upon the state, we actually fit the values in that model, and we got the value of delta is 39 plus minus 39 per millisecond plus minus 3 millisecond. And similarly for the other two plots, actually this is the average for the particular intensity, and it fits well. So this is a pretty simple model, and we measure the delta depending upon the intensity, different laser intensity, and it's we basically linear. So basically our system is not saturating. So this is the basically fitting values. And in conclusion, so basically I have shown some relaxation experiment, and from the relaxation experiment for the two samples, the carbon, the more concentration of carbon, of course, affecting the relaxation time very high. And the sample which we with the natural abundance have a longer coherence time, and which is basically good for doing quantum computing. And the another thing is that I have shown the coherent control of plus minus basically silicon vacancy. And so basically we can control all the spin, all four levels. And I have shown the Rabi frequency measurement of all four levels. And so basically we have studied the dynamics of the silicon vacancy with the non-resonating laser pulses. So basically, if we excite the vacancy spin with a non-resonating laser, we can actually polarize the vacancy in the plus minus half level. And we have proposed a model for that. And Next, basically, it has been recently shown that using the resonating laser, so basically you can actually select the, you can selectively excite this level with a resonating laser, and then you can prepare a pure state. So basically all the population will goes to this plus minus half level, and this is shown for the V1 type of center in 4H silicon carbide, and at low temperature. So this center do not show DMR at room temperature. So we are also planning to do the similar kind of experiment for our this six for the silicon frequencies in 6H silicon carbide at room temperature. So if it works, it will be very nice, and then basically we have a very nice Q quad system, and we can perform a lot of quantum algorithm on that. And also we have made a confocal setup to study the silicon single centers, and the setup is working fine. So soon we have some result for the single vacancy center also. Yeah, thanks. Hello.
Okay, the floor is open to the audience for questions. Any questions? Can I see your continuous wave setup, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure.
Slide again. Yeah.
Yeah, here. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So
yeah.
So your lock-in is just chopping your signal at some frequency, or
no,
or it's
basically
actually
lock-in is measuring the so basically I'm applying RF and no RF. So locking is basically subtracting the signal when the RF is applied and the RF is not applied. So
okay,
I will get signal which is basically a subtraction of with RF and without RF.
So it's like a chopper basically.
Exactly.
Okay. So it's a low frequency.
Yeah, means
Yeah.
what do you mean by low frequency?
No, like few kilohertz or something.
Yeah, it's in the kilohertz. So I use 1 kilohertz exactly.
Okay.
But means higher the chopping. So
you're chopping the RF but detecting the
yes,
light wave continuously.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Normal optics people would put a fan and chop the light wave first.
Yes. So I use a chopper for PL setup, a mechanical chopper, but with that you cannot go higher, means higher frequency.
Let's see, there are other hands that are up. Any other questions? Yeah, there's one hand, KP Singh.
Yeah, Harpreet, nice talk. So I have a quick question.
Yes.
So when you measure these ODMRs, so do you filter the fluorescence or the light emission around the ZPLs, or you measure on the full spectrum?
Yeah, so I basically yes, so this is a nice question. So for that, can I go to this slide? Yeah, so basically for the room temperature, you have a PL like this. So I put a filter of 850 so that I get a whole signal, because it's for this particular vacancy you can get a signal here also. So in principle I am just using a long pass filter which cover this whole thing, but of course you can at a low temperature where you have like at 5 Kelvin, you can just apply use a band pass filter, and you can select basically V1 or V2 or V3 type of vacancy, and you have sufficient signal to measure.
And this gives the difference. I mean, does it improve the signal to noise ratio if you take the full spectrum to measure your ODMR, or you just measure around the ZPLs?
Yes, of course, it definitely improve when you go to the low temperature. So, but the problem is with the low temperature is that some of the centers like this do not show the optical polarization, and so somehow you are bound to use if the center is showing optical polarization at room temperature, then you cannot you are bound to do you have to yeah, of course it improved, but you basically it do not show ODMR peak at all, so you cannot use it.
By optical polarization, do you mean that it emits polarized light, or you mean the selective population?
So basically here, so with the polarization, I mean that so at room temperature, when you shine light, so from this shelving state, it the population goes to these levels. Selectively go to this particular level. So this level have a more population. So I am calling it polarized. It's not optical polarization. It's a polarization of the vacancy spin.
Okay, thank you.
So, any other questions? Any other questions from the audience? You can just turn on your video or raise the hands, whichever is convenient, or start talking.
Maybe I can ask another quick question.
Sure. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So, do these centers emit polarized light?
Yes, means it's basically right now I'm not using the I have not done such experiment, but yeah, means there are it has a some of the centers have certain preference polarized prefer polarized light also. Yes, either vertical, either horizontal. This has been shown. Yeah, seen actually.
Okay, thanks.
Different centers have a different properties. So right now I'm just talking about the only the silicon vacancy, but there are so many centers which have a different and very different properties, and some of them showing particular polarization, emit in light in the particular polarization. So that is also there. So yeah, it depends upon centers.
Okay, there's a question on the chat where someone thought you said silicon iodide carbide. Maybe there was a typo on the slide. That's what they are saying. But I think this is silicon carbide, not
it's
not
a silicon
sulfur iodide carbide. So yeah. So how far do you think these systems are from probing individual entities rather than ensembles? Is it possible to isolate individual vacancies?
Yes, so one way is that you can actually sorry, you mean optically separation, or what kind of separation?
By any means. And then,
yeah, so another one way is that you can actually select the single center. So setup we actually have made now. So there we use the confocal microscope, and we can actually select the particular vacancy center now.
Okay.
So instead of ensemble, we can do some experiment with a single center only. But we will make ensemble of time average.
Okay, so let's thank both the speakers of today evening. And if anybody wants to say hi to them, and all of you can say hi on the video.
Yeah, I want to say hello. Very nice talk, Harpreet. Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice talk, Harpreet.
Thank you, sir.
So Sandeep, you have anything to announce? Or
no, there is no announcement. We will meet tomorrow at 12 again.
Okay.
And KP will be chairing that session. Tomorrow also have tomorrow also again we have action-packed day with a lot of good talks. So see you all tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. We'll sign off then.
Bye.